Good morning, streamers. This is a test. Appears to be working. So the program will begin in about 10 minutes. Please stand by.
Good morning, testing 1, 2. Doing a sound check. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog.
Gary? Jason? You good? Yeah, we ready? We'll be ready when you're ready.
It's all up to you.
Okay. Just be right next to the lectern. Okay, right here? Yeah. Okay. Yes, that's cool. Okay. Now we're streaming over you. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and gather, take our seats. We're ready to get started. We want to thank John Hayes for organizing the Sunday seminar this day, and I hope that it's very informative. This is going to be quite interesting and somewhat bit of an experiment, shall we say. But we'd like to introduce John as the outreach coordinator for ARDC, and we're going to hear a number of talks for those that have received grants and learn what they've been doing with their grants. So with that, let's turn it over to John.
Thank you, Steve. K7VE, those of you that don't know me, you're lucky. I've presented at a few DCCs in the past in different roles. I've been affiliated with the roots of ARDC since the early 1980s, but I joined the staff a year ago, August, and have been busily running around the U.S. and even over to Europe to educate people about us and get them to sign up for grants with us, so that's wonderful. I also happen to serve on the grants committee, but as a non-voting member, and the reason that I don't vote is because I get to come out and meet all you wonderful people, and we develop a relationship, and I might put my finger on the skull. Well, I wouldn't, but we want to make sure that I don't. I used to chair that committee before I joined staff. We do have Bob Whitty out of Colorado now chairing that, and he's doing an excellent job, much better than I ever did. So, the peanut gallery just made a comment. Rosie's my boss, so that's okay. Okay, so this is a new format for the Sunday seminar. Typically, it's a deep dive. But we decided to try something different this year. Scotty and Steve approached us a month or two ago and said, hey, it'd be really cool to have some of the grantees come talk about their experiences and what they're doing with the money that we've shared with them. And today we're going to hear from 5 grantees. As I mentioned yesterday, there's quite a range of people that we're having present as grantees. Everything from a fairly small local club grant up to a very large international program. One thing that you will note as we go through these presentations, there's kind of a common thread amongst all of them, even though they're in very different topic areas, and that is they have a strong component of outreach in what they're doing, and we feel that's so important. I mean, we sometimes get proposals and they're written great as far as the technical things that they want to do in that, but it's like, well, if we do this, it's obvious everyone will come if we create it. Well, it's good to know what's going to happen there, and we'll talk about that a little bit at the end of the morning here. So, who are the 5 groups? The first you're going to hear from is the University of Scranton. Most of us know Nathaniel. He's got a grant, really exciting rebuild of their university ham station. And so we're going to learn about that and what they're doing. And hopefully you got a picture of the view out of the new station. Oh, great, great. Then we're going to hear from the Bridgerland Amateur Radio Club, Kevin back here. It's the smaller grant of the many, but he's doing some wonderful things, and I think you're going to learn a lot from him on how to do outreach to youth, and he'll have some wonderful things to share with us on that. He made the sojourn from Logan, Utah, so. NRAO. We've got a relationship going with them. We approached them based on a group called Spectrum X that they're a part of, and they were very excited to participate with us, and they've got some really great things to share with us. They brought Jesse on just a couple weeks ago, so he hit the road running, and he's going to be sharing some of the plans for what they have. We're excited about that. Our M17 folks in the back of the room there, they're developing a whole suite of things based around open source digital voice. And they've made a lot of progress. They're moving forward. We're really excited working with them. It's one of the R&D projects that we like to invest in. We're also going to hear from Frank about the ARRL program. They actually are going to talk about 2 grants that they have and what they've been able to do. They were one of our first grantees, and then last year or earlier this year, I forget which, you know, we all have these FIFO buffers, and mine's getting overloaded sometimes, so I can't keep all the dates straight and stuff like that. But he's got a really exciting program he wants to share with us, and I'm going to let each presenter do their introduction of who they are and their background and stuff, rather than try and remember it all myself, and we'll go from there. So the other thing I would say is thank you so much for staying for the seminar on Sunday. We appreciate it. I know Steve and I and Scotty would love feedback on this as a format to add for the 3rd day. And so as you think about that, share that with us. Appreciate it. So let's begin. Nathaniel?
Just need to switch presentations.
When your slide advancer retarder.
Great. Have to get the and let's most features. Hi, everyone. How are you? Good. Thank you so much for being here on a Sunday morning, and a very special thank you to ARDC for all of the support they've given both our group and all of amateur radio. It's just fantastic. So, for my talk today, I'm going to talk about new amateur radio station for the W3USR University of Scranton Amateur Radio Club. And right now, we're at a point where we have just gotten the check from ARDC, and we're still in the planning phase. Things are just got approved by the university lawyers. There's still some things going on. So we haven't actually built anything yet. So the first half of my talk might be better titled, Things You Can Do to Engage a University Amateur Radio Club Without an Antenna. But so I'm going to talk about what we do at the University of Scranton as a collegiate amateur radio club, what our philosophy is, some of the things we're integrating integrating amateur radio into our curriculum, into our teaching, into our research. And then at the end, I hope that we'll make a really good case as to why ARDC has decided to fund our particular amateur radio station and how it's going to enhance what we're already doing in the future. So first of all, welcome to the University of Scranton. This is a Jesuit liberal arts university located in downtown Scranton, Pennsylvania, and we have about 5,000 students. So in the picture here, you can see the library. You can see one corner of, this is called St. Thomas Hall. It's also connected to the Loyola Science Center. Here's the flagpoles. There's one of the dorms across the street. So we're located about 2 hours northwest of New York City. So we're over here. There's New York City. And we're about 2 hours northwest of Philadelphia. We're snuggled right into the Pocono Mountains, so it's fairly rural out here, except for this valley where Scranton and Wilkes-Barre are. There it's a bit more urban. And we can zoom in. You can see the university over here. And we zoom in a little bit more to downtown Scranton. So here is the University of Scranton right here. And hopefully you'll be able to come visit in March when we have the Hamsci workshop there. This is my building. This is where we're going to be putting the new station. And just so you can see, here's the Steamtown National Historic Site. I know a lot of people here are into steam trains, so their trains go right past the university. And zooming in a little bit more, here's our building. This is called the Loyola Science Center, and we're going to put the antenna towers right on top of there, Loyola Science Center. Okay, so the University of Scranton, we have a wide number of majors. I'm highlighting two particular departments here. The Physics and Engineering department, that's the department I'm in, and we have bachelor's degrees in physics, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, computer engineering, biophysics, and engineering management. And then I also put down the Department of Computing Sciences because I hire a number of Masters of Science and Software Engineering students, and one of our radio club members and research students is a IT major. So we use students from both departments. So I got to Scranton in fall of 2019, just before the pandemic started, as an assistant professor. And one of the things I really want to do is have an amateur radio club. There are no established ham radio clubs on campus. So I needed to find some students who would be interested in amateur radio. And the very first person who showed up at my office is sitting right over there. Everyone stand up. This is Veronica, KD2UHN. And she didn't know anything. How much did you know about ham radio before you met me? She had no idea what it was. So she showed up 3 years ago, said, I'm interested. I said, that's great. We'll get you involved, and we did. And since then, she has earned her technician, her general, her extra, she's the founding president of the university, W3USR, and she, this year, won a $25,000 ARDC ARRL scholarship. So again, thank you, ARDC. So I needed a place to put this radio station, and the university gave me some space in the back of the greenhouse where there was already a radio telescope up there, and it had access to the roof. It's a rather depressing room. I'll show you a picture of it later. It's all cinder block, but that's what they gave me back then. And I was able to, almost immediately, I had a DX Engineering RF Pro 1B receive active loop. I was almost able to immediately install it for free. The university electricians just threw it up on the roof on there. They didn't charge me anything. They didn't ask too many questions. They just put it up. I'm like, well, this is so easy. And that influenced some of my later decisions, which I then learned things are not always that easy. But we'll get to that later. So how many people have seen this triangle before? A couple of people. If you are a tenure-track faculty member in any university in the United States, you need to think about this a lot. This is the faculty triad of teaching, research, and service. And you need to hit all of these areas in order to be able to get tenure at a university. But so I being I'm in that position, I think about this a lot, but I also realize this is like the perfect model for amateur radio as well, because we want our amateur radio to teach new people, whether they're young or they're old. We want to engage people and teach them. We want to advance the state of the art, research. We want to serve other people, service. So I think about this a lot, and hopefully as you see my presentation, you'll see how I weave all of these things together. They're not separate, they're all woven together. So the club, we wrote our constitution in the spring of 2020, and again, Veronica was a big part of that, and so was Case. I really need to give a lot of credit to the Case Amateur Radio Club, WAEDU. They're the ones that gave us, they just said, here's our constitution. You can start with that. So we started with theirs. We got our W3USR club license in summer of 2020, right in the middle of the pandemic. We were granted a student government charter in fall of 2020, that fall, and the early meetings were all conducted over Zoom. And actually that was because of the pandemic. This actually was a really great way to get the club started, because we were able to have guest speakers from all over the world. You know, we had Phil Erickson from the MIT Haystack Observatory. We had people from all over just come talk to our club. Tim Duffy talked to us. And so it really helped us to get very engaging people and engage our students. The Kiwi SDRs were a savior for teaching students about HF radio, because if you don't know about Kiwi SDRs, you go to kiwisdr.com. You can get a map of the whole world. You click any radio, and without logging in, without any credentials, without having to pay for anything, you can be sitting in front of a full shortwave receiver right on your laptop. And so this was amazing for even over Zoom, engaging the Amateur Radio Club. And then that led us to do the Great Collegiate Shortwave Listening Contest joint with WAEDU and others. And these are all ways that we got our club started even in the middle of the pandemic. So here's our club officers today. You've already met many of them this weekend. So Veronica is our president. Shop, he's our vice president. Simmel, she's our treasurer. Gerard, he's our secretary. And then I'm the faculty advisor. So we try to recruit students a number of ways. One way is at the University Club Fair, which is held the beginning of every semester. We set up a table. The university already had a bunch of old radios. There's a really nice, Zenith Transoceanic over here. We've got a buddy pole that we purchased while we're waiting for our real antennas to come up. We bring that out. We use this as an opportunity to interface with the local community. I got in touch with Tom Davis, NW3X. He's part of the local Scranton Pocono Amateur Radio Club, and also the emergency coordinator for Lackawanna County, where Scranton is located. So we use this as a way of getting everyone together. I already talked about the Kiwis, how good they are, and this idea of this Great Collegiate Shortwave Listening Contest. The idea is we really need a way to reach a lot of students who don't have access to equipment and really give them some sort of experience with shortwave amateur radio. And so the Kiwi lets you do that, and then by creating something like a shortwave listening contest where we teach the students how to do shortwave listening, and then over the course of a week, you have to, log this many contacts, and whoever logs the most, they win a free pizza or something like that. I think David chipped in for the pizza that semester, so it was very kind of him. They win a ham, radio, and pineapple pizza. This is why my PowerPoint file is 1.2 gigabytes large, because I've got a few of these little movie things in here. But the other thing that we've done in the meantime, where we don't have access to a really good antennas or a station, is I have an NSF grant. I was able to spend a little bit of money on things like a buddy pole and an IC 7300. And we were able to set these up on the quad. We were able to make a few QSOs on here. We're able to teach people how to use antenna analyzers, things about SWR, can do shortwave listening. So this is a really good way to engage people. Other things our club has done is we have a kit building night. We actually started this over Zoom. So we did a kit building night over Zoom where Jonathan, right over there, he actually led it. So he picked out the kit and taught everyone how to solder over Zoom. We all had our cameras out and our little soldering kits and right in the middle of the pandemic. And then eventually the pandemic started to lift and we started to be able to have in-person events. And we were lucky. The ARRL, Bob Inderbitson, happened to be visiting that night along with his other staff member, Alex. And they actually made this nice video about us. And yes.
Oh, thank you. I joined you on that kit build. The receiver that we built and I built last week was at my grandnephew's show and tell in first grade, and they took it outside and listened to radio stations, and he told me that there's at least one student who is quite enthusiastic about radio now.
That
So,
is
good.
wonderful.
Okay.
So this is really working. You know, we're getting progress. So I wanted to show this video, but it doesn't seem to be working on this laptop. If you go to YouTube and you just type in University of Scranton Kit Build Night, you'll find this very nice video the ARRL produced about our kit building night. So very nice. As I said, I try to develop a strong connection with the local clubs. I don't think it's healthy for the university club to just be on its own. I think the healthiest situation is when you have young people working with experienced people and experienced people working with young people and everyone sharing ideas in both directions. So the way this, for my first couple years in Scranton, I really didn't have the bandwidth to really reach out to the clubs. But then during the pandemic, I wanted to have field day, and we ended up having field day at my house. I wanted some people to help us out, more experienced operators. So that's where I met Tom Davis from the Lackawanna County emergency coordinator from the Spark Club, and then I also met David Kirby, N3SRO, from the Murgas Club, which is in Wilkes-Barre, about 20 miles away, and they both came up to my house. David is the emergency coordinator for Luzerne County, which is the county over, and that really started a nice relationship. And it's especially blossomed with Murgas so far. That after having field day with them, I got a text from David just a few months later, David Kirby, and he said, hey, Murgas just got approval from NASA to have Colonel Douglas Wheelock, the astronaut, come visit the area. But we don't have any venue for him to go speak in, and we need a public venue. Do you think the University of Scranton might be interested in hosting Colonel Wheelock? I said, of course we would. So that relationship with the local club is what led to Colonel Wheelock coming and speaking not only to the university students, but it was also open to the general public. And we got to get really good press for both Murgas, for W3USR. We had the university president there, and then a bunch of the students. We all got to go out to lunch with Colonel Wheelock, and I got my department to pay for it too. So we got the students a free lunch. So was that a fun event, Veronica? Yeah, absolutely. So that was just wonderful. And then also from that, Luzerne County has a nuclear power plant in it, and so that also means they have good funding for emergency communications, and they have a really nice emergency operations center with a nice amateur radio station in it. And so here's David Kirby over here. He's the one that came up for field day and then connected me with Colonel Wheelock. And so he had us all come down and get a tour of the Luzerne County Emergency Operations Center. So we're starting to build this relationship with the local hams, both on a science side and on a service side, The Scranton Pocono Amateur Radio Club, they came up to the university and gave an on-campus VE session for us. So here's all the students, dutifully taking their exams. I think there's Gerard. He had just passed his technician for the first time. Veronica got her extra, so did Tommy, who graduated last year and is now in med school. So it was very successful. so the local club connection is wonderful. We also try to connect with the larger world. Of course, everyone knows about the Ham-Sci workshop. We were down in Huntsville last year, so almost all of the students who are in the radio club are also participating in research. So there's a fun side and a research side. I mean, everything's fun, but you get the point. So this is a more serious side of the Ham-Sci research program, and you can see like here Alex, who was the first person to do the FARLAP or the PILAP program. He presented that last year, and there's Dr. Jim LaBelle from Dartmouth, and he's a rather famous radio physicist. You can read his Wikipedia page. So you really get to interact with neat people. And then, of course, there's a fun side, too. It's very important that we try to make the Ham Radio Club, fun and engaging in addition to, just doing the research. But we had a great time at the Space and Rocket Center. We made it out to the Dayton Hamvention, and that's where we got to, really work with TAPR and Scotty, and there's Jerry Ellsworth, and here's my friend KJI from when I was growing up in northern New Jersey, and all of our friends at TAPR and over at the Collegiate Amateur Radio Program. It's just been great. And we even participated in Youth on the Air this year, too, run by Neil Rapp. If you're not familiar with this, YODA is a fantastic program. I was invited as a keynote speaker this year, and Veronica went as a camper, and we got to spend a whole week at the Voice of America Museum in Cincinnati, and I mean, it was just a blast. And they had, we built receivers for radio direction finding and antennas, and there were balloon launches and, HF work, and it was fantastic. So it's a really nice way, Veronica again got to meet all of these other young hams across the nation and around the world, and I think this is really helping to bring everything together. So I wanted to have a little section on research and mentorship, and this next section, I actually have a slide for pretty much each of my students and a few non-students as well. But one of the things that you do as a professor is you get research students that are going to work with you, and they help you with your research and you help them. But one of the things you find as a professor is you don't know everything, right? There's always stuff you don't know. There's not enough time in the day, and it'd be really nice to have some help sometimes. And then the other thing and even when you're working one-on-one with a student, sometimes it's just really nice to have another voice in the room because maybe you're not saying things the right way, or it's nice to have that external perspective. And I also found that a lot of the people that are in this room and professors from my past, people who are retired, they really want to give back to younger people. So this is where Zoom became amazing again, because I started realizing why not have the mentors, experienced mentors, sit in on the Zoom meetings with my students on projects that everyone's interested in. And so I think this model has worked out very well, because it's really created a nice bond between the students and the people in TAPR and the Ham-Sci community. It's given the experienced people who might be retired, it gives them purpose and vitality. It gives the students new perspective. So I just wanted to highlight a few of the research projects we're doing and a few of the mentors that have been working on that. So you've met Kung already this weekend, and he's been working on the Tangerine SDR code and the WWV special waveform analysis, and so he's been mentored by Scotty and Dave Larson and Tom McDermott and even Christina on the WWV project, and I think he's really grown from that. You met Nisha this weekend. She just got started on the GNU chirp sounder. Before this summer, she had never heard of the ionosphere before. So, and now she's giving presentations here. And so I teamed her up. I also tried to team students up together so that they're not working on projects by themselves wherever I can. So she's now working with Simil Sammy, who's actually been with us for a couple years. years now. Simmel couldn't make it this weekend, but they're working on chirp sounders, and they're being advised, by Dr. Spalletta at the University of Scranton and our former postdoc Dev. And of course, I'm advising all of these people too, but these are the external advisors. Shaf Sarwar. Shaf, KC3PVF, he is really interested in astrophysics and radio astronomy. I'm a space physicist, so I know some things about radio astronomy, but it's really not my area of expertise. But my undergraduate advisor from Montclair State, who's now retired, Dr. Mary Lou West, she does not want to be retired. She loves doing this. She is dying to get back and to keep working with students. So she, and then Rich Russell has also, from the Society of Amateur Radio Astronomy, he has all of his data that Schaff can work with. And so they're now teaming up together, and they're meeting on Zoom. And they met yesterday while I wasn't able to be there. They still met and still kept the project going. And then this is Francis. And you don't hear about Francis too much because he's actually not technically working on a ham radio project. He's actually working with the SuperDarn data, which is more of a professional research project looking at traveling ionospheric disturbances. I don't have good pictures of the mentors here, but he's now part of a team, NASA Living with the Star team that includes professors from the University of Colorado, University of Arizona, the University of Alaska, and again, we get on Zoom on a weekly basis and talk about these things, and that's an external mentorship that helps them to feel part of this. The other reason I think this is particularly important is, you can imagine if you're doing ham science and ham radio science all the time, that's very important, but if you just do the amateur science all the time, you might lose touch with the more the mainstream type of science. So doing projects like this really helps to keep us grounded in, well, that's kind of fake, grounded in space science. But it really keeps us well aligned with the goals of the mainstream scientific community, and it helps us to have that collaboration. So then, then the mainstream scientific community has more respect for us because we're really part of that, and vice versa. We really benefit from that on the amateur side. Here's Veronica, who everyone knows super well. She's been advised by Bill Lyles and now Christina. And now we're starting to get into the realm where some of these are not just mentor-mentee relationships, but they're starting to be more collaborator relationships. Here is Devin and Gerard, who you've met. He's been advised by Bill Lyles as well. And Gerard is actually going to be switching off of that project this semester because Bob McGuire, who I think most people here know, wants to keep developing the low-cost ionosonde. And so this year, and I said, that sounds great. So Bob's now courtesy affiliated research faculty with the University of Scranton. He's going to be coming up and giving a seminar for us in November, and then maybe even sooner to meet with Gerard. And I was able to get about $10,000 from the Pennsylvania Space Grant Consortium to pay for parts for this and to help pay Gerard's summer salary next summer. So this is a project that I could not have done without external mentorship from Bob. So a lot of these projects, I would just be out of capacity. So these sorts of external mentorships are really helping. Diego is someone I know from before I came to Scranton, and so he's not technically a Scranton student, but we've adopted him. And so he's back there. And this goes back to part of the club atmosphere. We're trying to really create a place where the students have some sort of camaraderie. And so he's advised by, again, Mary Lou, who lives down the street from him, and Dr. Gareth Perry, KD2SAK, who's his advisor at NJIT, and Bill Engelke in the room, and then Bob Gerzoff. And then everyone knows Christina. Here again, Christina's right at that point where she's gone from really being a mentee, and she's now transitioning to where she's going to have her PhD, and she's now going to be a real full-blown colleague. And so she's kind of on these slides both as a mentor and as a mentee, and I think that's really neat. And then Jonathan, again, he's also in the realm of not quite a student. He graduated a couple of years ago, but he's on the Tangerine SDR telecons every Monday night. And he gets advice from Scotty and Tom trying to figure out how to how to integrate the VLF receiver into the Tangerine SDR, and also from David McGaw at Dartmouth and many others on the call. So some thoughts on mentorship. The relationship is important to both the mentor and the mentee. New people look for support and guidance. Experienced people want to pass on knowledge and stay involved. And interestingly enough, it's not a one-way relationship, it's two ways. Mentors can often learn from the mentees. So, and that is really important to remember. So it goes from being a mentor-mentee relationship to ideally you get to the point where it's a collaborator relationship. That's where we're going to be. For me, it's really nice to not be the sole advisor. Outside perspective is incredibly valuable. A third party helps to keep the research moving and keep us honest. And the project keeps going even if someone can't make it to a meeting. Just like I said, Schaff is meeting with Mary Lou and Rich Russell yesterday. This is great for student career development. It provides networking that just working with their academic advisor cannot provide. They can get career advice. You know, I haven't lived the lives that all of you have. So all of you have very valuable advice that you can give in. And then when you start doing that, students need letters of recommendation. Well, now if they have a working relationship with a mentor, they now have yet another person or two they can go to for really quality letters of recommendation. And Zoom has opened up a new world of collaboration. It's just that I find it very valuable. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about integration with teaching, the ham radio aspect in teaching. And so personally, I consider everything I do with amateur radio and students teaching, so even this is teaching. But the university often defines teaching very much in the more narrow view of things that you do in a registered 4-credit course class, curricular involvement. So the one of the classes that I teach a section of this. My wife teaches this section of the same thing. Gerard, are you looking at this slide? Okay, there. This is Gerard when I first met him. Both my wife and I teach different sections of the same class, and there's another professor who does this. Foundations of Physics and Engineering 150. It's a required course for all University of Scranton first-year physics and engineering majors. And students learn Python. They learn how to program this thing called a micromouse, which you see moving around the maze here. There are also requirements for science, research literacy, writing, and oral communications. And so for part of my NSF career grant, I wrote in how I'm going to incorporate amateur radio into this class. So for that research literacy part, I said to teach science writing, students should write a short scientific paper on solar flare effects on high-frequency communications. So this will introduce students to space weather. It can introduce them to amateur radio. You know, in a lot of ways, this is just kind of like dipping your toe in the water, but it introduces you to these things. So by the end of the course, students will be able to describe the fundamentals of high-frequency propagation, use data in the Python programming language to demonstrate the relationship between a solar flare, X-ray burst, and an HF radio blackout. Write a short scholarly paper reporting on these findings. The paper must be written in LaTeX, have at least 2 figures, and have the following sections: an abstract, introduction, methodology, results, discussion, conclusion, and references. And so here is the solar flare. And I got this lot from, you know, back in 2014, I did that paper where I showed the radio blackout in the reverse speaking network. So we now use that same data set. We give the students, there's so much is just given to them on a silver platter, but we're really just trying to get them to know the structure of a paper, just first view of the process. But we give them the GOES data, we give them some pre-processed reverse speaking network and WhisperNet data, and then we have them try to make the plots to show the correlation. And then you actually write it up using Overleaf in LaTeX with all the sections, and they have to do some of the analysis. We give them some Jupyter Jupyter notebooks for the data, and they can do that. But of course, along the way, in order to have the context for doing this, you really want to be able to have them learn something about amateur radio. So we have, you know, a number of weeks before they actually get into the hardcore writing, we do some fun stuff, and we teach them about ham radio. So a lot of, especially in the past, before we, you know, while we don't have good transmit antennas, you know, the Kiwi SDR comes to the rescue again. And we use that for a lot of the hands-on exercises. Same thing with the buddy pole. And can you imagine how much better this will be when we have a 40-foot tower with a skyhawk antenna on top of our building, and then we can tell the students, this is why you're doing this. We can have them go up there and actually play with the radios and spin the antenna. It'll be so much better. And then they'll actually have some sort of understanding. They can still go home. They can still use the Kiwi SDRs. But I think they'll have a bigger, a stronger connection to it, knowing that it's, you know, part of this bigger system that they can really see. I also incorporate into that same class, we don't require them to get an amateur radio license, but we have an incentive program. So they can earn extra points on their space physics paper, 5 points for every license you earn during every license class you earn during the semester, up to a maximum of 15 points. If you already have your license and you've topped out, you can then earn your extra 5 points for each VE session you help out at. Of course, I know the costs of the exams and licensing has gone up. I don't want that to be a barrier to students who want the extra credit. So I do tell the students, if they can't afford that, you know, come talk to me. I don't necessarily have the funds to pay for that, but, you know, I could have you take the practice exam on the computer in front of my office, and I can still get you the extra credit, and then, you know, that at least demonstrates that they're learning about this. So I also do a similar incentive program in my digital signal processing class. So a couple thoughts, more thoughts on teaching. There are so many ways to use amateur radio in teaching. I'm hoping to incorporate more of them in the future. I'm sure I will as I teach more classes and things get, you know, we get more resources and all of that. Case Amateur Radio Club, they're a leader in incorporating amateur radio into the curriculum. So I encourage you to talk to Christina KD8OXT and David AD8Y for more ideas on that. And also check out the ARRL Teachers Institute on Wireless Technology, which is a program for training teachers how to use amateur radio in the classroom, not just for the purpose of teaching amateur radio, but using amateur radio to teach about science and technology. We are also trying to do things to reach out to the local community beyond just the University of Scranton students. So a couple of years ago, my colleague, Dr. Declan Mulhall, said, I want to have a summer physics camp for to teach high school students about physics. I said, well, the pandemic wiped out my ham-sci workshop, and I have this big NSF grant that was for the ham-sci workshop that I need to spend this year. I'm like, if you make it a Radio Blaster physics camp, I can use my NSF dollars to pay for that camp. And that's how the Radio Blaster physics camp was born. And so now what we do is, our goal is to bring in local high school students and get them excited about both physics and radio. We have a 3-day summer day camp at the University of Scranton. Right now it hosts between 10 to 20 students. We're doing hands-on activities in the lab. Day one, we start with optics, actually, because that's one of Dr. Mulhall's interests, and we have some nice equipment for that. And it's something that, you know, students can't see radio, but you can see optics with your own eyes, and you can make a lot of the things you learn about physics and optics can be applied to radio. After all, it's all just electromagnetics. Then we moved to basic RF circuits, and with applied radio, we took out the buddy poles, put that on the air, showed them how to use the antenna analyzers, all of that. 2 years ago, we were actually able to fly Scotty out to work with the camp as well. So he was there, the students from 2 years ago. These are the students from this year. Rachel, my wife, W2RUF, she's a faculty specialist at the university. She's working on it as well. And then, of course, we had all of our research students, all of our ham radio club students from W3USR. They also helped as counselors. They shared their research, their experiences, had lunch with the high school students. So we're constantly trying to mix together the different levels to encourage that interaction. Here's some more photos of the high school students working with Schaff, setting up the buddy pole, and there's Kung working with the students in the Rig Expert antenna analyzer. We had David Kirby, the emergency coordinator from Luzerne County, come and give a talk about emergency management in amateur radio. And then when Scotty was there, at the end of the course, we took all the radio club students from us and Scotty down to the Steamtown National Historic Site, and he actually got to see the Lackawanna radio caboose. So, yes, that was quite fun. So, path to a real ham radio station. So, I've talked about all the things you can do with a ham radio club at a university without having a ham radio station. So, in summer of 2020, I wrote my NSF Career Award proposal, which was funded. And the Career Award needs to be science-driven, but also has to include an educational component and broader impacts. And so W3USR play a significant role in the project. And what this means is I could budget a certain amount of money towards just ham radio things, but I can't do an outrageous amount. It has to, you know, so I requested $5,000. And I said, well, based on my experience of putting up my little RF Pro 1B where the electrician just threw it on the roof, I'm like, I think $5,000 will do it. I'm like, they only cost about less than $300. There's already a roof penetration in there. I didn't want to go with anything too big because, you know, I was still fairly new on campus. I don't want to like rock the boat, and I don't know what they're going to think about big antennas. And I was just like, I just want to be modest. I just want to get us on the air enough that we can kind of teach people a little bit about HF. So I said, $5,000. That should be enough. Wow, I was wrong. So in spring of 2021, I held a meeting at the University of Scranton with the physical plant people and to talk to them about installing a G5RV. They told me it would cost $50,000 to install a G5RV. Can you believe that? So the reason is the building has these fume hoods for the chemistry department that have these walls that are like 20 feet tall. So if I told them that in order for this antenna to be useful, we had to get above those fume hoods. Otherwise, we just wouldn't talk to anybody or hear anything besides just noise. So they're like, well, if you're going to do that, you're going to have to put in these posts, and you're going to have to get an engineering company to do drawings. And they said, we're going to estimate $50,000, and similar if you put in a vertical. So I left that meeting undeterred, and I called Bob McGuire. And I said, and he said, well, we'll ask ARDC for something. I said, okay, great. So I called ARDC, and I wrote up a grant, and I asked them for $50,000 to put up a G5RV. No. They said, we would be happy to help you. But you know how you laughed when I said I want $50,000 to put up a G5RV? I think that's what John Hayes did, too. And I knew it was stupid. I knew it. But, like, I was just overwhelmed. Like, there's a lot to do. So I just, like, I got to get $50,000. So, but they were very kind. They said, look, we like what you're doing. We really want to help you. But you got to think bigger than that. We're not going to give you $50,000 for a G5RV. So that's where I ended up with the plan I have today. So thank you, ARDC, for a $196,000, $241 grant from ARDC for our new ham radio station. And I have to say, I actually got the check in the mail about 3 weeks ago. And this is very unusual because I've gotten like NSF grants and NASA grants, and it's like, oh, you got, you know, a $1.2 million. And like, great. I get a budget number from my finance office, and they do automated clearinghouse stuff, and you know, I never actually see that money. But here, I just went into the office one day, checked my mailbox, there's a little envelope, and there was a little, it looked like a personal check all handwritten out to the University of Scranton for $196,241. I was like, wow. So I promptly, I went and I actually saw the Vice President of Finances and handed it to him. He said, you made my day. So again, thank you. So why does it cost that much money? Well, you can imagine with universities and public buildings, there's a lot of bureaucracy and liability. So, you know, back in the 1960s, NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology, they've got 2 towers up there. The student government gave the students some money and said, here you go. And then the students bought some gin poles, and by the light of day with gin poles, they put the students put 40-foot towers up on the building. You don't do that anymore. So we had to actually contract with a licensed and insured antenna installer. I said, I want a guy who both knows ham radio and is qualified. So I called Tim Duffy, and I said, who do you recommend? And Tim Duffy said, go talk to this other person in Eastern Pennsylvania. And then that person said, this Jeff DiPolo of Broadcast Sciences is your guy. They said, he's the person who's actually a ham, he's in the hobby, and he also does this for a living and will know what to do. So that's why we went with Jeff DiPolo, WN3A. The university, they're naturally risk averse, and even though Jeff may do this professionally, I think the university really wanted to have their own civil engineering firm sign off on everything. So they normally work with this civil engineering firm called GPI. So I said, great, let's get them to do the engineering sign off and the drawings, and we have electrical work done by Mulrooney Sporer. So that's who's working on that. So here's the actual plan. Here's the Loyola Science Center, which I showed you the satellite view from before. The and HF antenna tower, we're planning on putting 40 foot of Roan 35, I believe, up here. Roan 45, I'm sorry, yes. Roan 45, 40 foot on here. It's going to get clamped right to one of the beams holding up these hoods, and it'll go up there, and there'll be a Skyhawk antenna on there for 10, 15, and 20, and then we're going to have a custom fan dipole for 40 and 80. And then over here, we're going to put omnidirectional VHF, UHF, and microwave antennas. And then over here, we're going to put satellite UHF, VHF antennas, M-squared, azimuth elevation, circularly polarized stuff. So here's the top view. That's where the HF tower is going. This is the tentative endpoints for the dipole, the omnidirectional antennas, and the satellite. Here is where the station is going to be. Look at that view. Now let me tell you, okay, and this is a view from the inside. Okay, so now let me tell you, when I first got to the University of Scranton, I started scoping around and looking. I'm like, what room can I possibly put this in? And this is a study room. And I was like, that looks beautiful. I'd love to have my ham radio station there. And being right there on campus for first semester, I got a lot of pushback from that. These study rooms are sacred. Like, you do not use the study rooms for anything but student study space. So that's how I ended up with this cinder block room, which you'll see in a minute. But I can tell you, when I first got notification of the ARDC grant, and I explained what we were doing and how it's used for the student club, when I actually had that first check in hand, then I went with the dean, and we talked about it again. And the dean gave us this room also. So. And it actually worked out great because I now have both rooms. I have a storage in a lab, and I even got the biology department to believe that giving me this extra room was actually a good thing, because I told them, because I had gotten that room plus a little bit extra of their greenhouse space where the radio telescope is, and I said, well, if I can keep this room, I can just move the radio telescope out of that room now, and you can have that space back. So they got a little space back, but I still got this really nice lab storage space, which is all going to be connected. So we're going to have high-speed network between the fancy operating position and the lab space, and there's also going to be a patch panel of coax between the two. So if I want to put the radios in either room, either to work on it and do a long-term experiment or to do actual operating, we can do that. So this is the room. There's another picture. This is where we're planning on having the main club space where the students will be able to come in and really play ham radio. And then this is the cinder block room I was telling you about that I had before. And I already have network in here. I got my own, they put in a network switch for me. I have electricity. So this is right down the hall. This is going to be a fantastic lab space and storage space. So we want to do more controlled experiments that we don't just want, first year technicians playing around with. We can put that in this space. And as I said, we're going to have coax, a patch panel between this space and the other one, and so we can move the radios around as necessary. And this is the layout for the proposed layout for the glass room. So we're going to have the VHF UHF station up here. We're going to have the HF station over there, both floor to ceiling views of downtown Scranton. There's the equipment list, which is too small to read, but I have it on bigger slides over here. So the antenna system will be 40-foot tower on the roof. We'll have the DX Engineering Skyhawk Yagi antenna, which Jim Breakall, WB3 EFT, I think he's the one who designed it at Penn State. And we'll have the custom dipole for 40 and 80. HF equipment list, we'll have the ICOM 7610, the Yaesu G1000 DXA rotor controller, all the equipment you need. Nice Vibraplex paddles, CW keyer. It'll be a nice station. And then we have this should say, yeah, I'm supposed to have the, I've got two of those in there. I'm supposed to have the VHF UHF list as well. Maybe I have that later. For the VHF UHF station, we'll get an ICOM 9700 and all of the appropriate VHF UHF accoutrements to go with that. Here's our VHF UHF microwave and GPS omni antennas for the local work, and we're going to have a GPS antenna for timing purposes to make John Ackerman happy. And we have this for our satellite station, the M-squared VHF UHF circularly polarized on the ASL mount, fully computer controllable. So a couple of final notes. The entire station will be on building emergency power. So I asked them, as long as they're running power in there, I saw they have the little orange sockets in the greenhouse. I'm like, can you do that for us too? They said yes, so it'll be on emergency power, so that'll help facilitate our usefulness to the our relationship with the Luzerne and Lackawanna County Emergency Management Association. Construction is expected to happen soon, and just want to reiterate, the university process, it's a very long, drawn-out bureaucratic process. So we just got the proposal from our contractors approved by physical plant, and they've now been approved by the University General Council, which is a big step. So the university has fully approved all of this so far. But then now I just sent that contract off to Broadcast Sciences, and they need to read this 8-page document, and they need to make sure that they're happy with the terms in there. So I'm waiting to hear back from them. And then once that happens, then there's going to be a design phase where, so far everyone's been up on the roof already. They're like, yeah, this should work. Rough sketch, here's what it's going to be. But now, then we're actually going to have GPI and contracted to actually make the real engineering drawings and do the real analysis. So we've got that. So I'm really hoping to have the grand opening and dedication at the March 2023 HamSci workshop. Knowing how long this design process takes and the engineering and supply chain issues and weather, I don't know if that's actually feasible, but I am sure going to try. And once we get that installed, I want to really integrate this program into our already existing curriculum and program. I want to also start a community operator where community hams can come and use the equipment and interact with the Scranton students. So I'm hoping to do that in the future. So goals with the new station, we want it to be more hands-on than we're doing right now. We want to use it to attract new students, not just use it for research, but also amateur radio for amateur radio's sake, better engagement with the local community, better engagement with the global on-air community. We want to inspire new ideas, contesting public service, space science, etc. And so again, thank you, ARDC. Thank you for all of your support, TAPR. Thank you, students, for making all of this possible. So thank you.
So there's a couple of things I'd like to point out here as Kevin's getting ready to come up, and then we'll take some questions. One thing we look at when we're looking at university and high school clubs is that there is a staff mentor. And we need Eon, which is Essence of Nathan. So after this, all of you squeeze him so we can bottle that and send it around to the schools. Thank you. This is the model of what we need. if we could get a few of them not to be quite as contractually heavy as University of Scranton is, that'd be great, but we're willing to consider that when proposals come in. So share what's happening at University of Scranton with the university near you. I know my alma mater has one of the oldest ham clubs affiliated with a university in the world, and they have trouble keeping a trustee. So we really need people like Nathaniel out there, and so thank you. So we'll take a few quick questions, and then we'll have Kevin come up from Bridgerland. Go ahead, Jesse.
Hi, Jesse Alexander, WB2IFS. Just a quick question. Are you from Montclair?
I'm from Bloomfield.
Get out of here. Okay, anyway.
Are you
We
from
can-
Montclair?
Yes.
That's
We can have-
wonderful. We're like neighbors.
two
And
in the name, right?
Diego lives in Montclair right now.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
All right. We'll have that. We'll have that I'm from Jersey conversation a little bit later.
I'm looking forward to it.
I am fully mic'd, like all good hams ought to be. Congratulations on all of this, and WADDU looks forward to having first light with you from all of those new antennas.
We will, yes.
A couple of items on curricular use of the station. I want to shout out for Christina here, the Case Amateur Radio Club, and in a moment it'll be for Rachel also. The Case Amateur Radio Club was in danger of getting kicked off the roof. The word we got was that we could be defended against essentially university council if we had curricular involvement and research involvement. And it was Christina who put together the first class. It actually was out of the English department. The Case Amateur Radio Club's first curricular involvement was from the general education program. It wasn't physics, it wasn't an amateur radio class, it was an English class. And Rachel was nice enough to be in the guinea pig first section of it, which I found out this weekend she signed up for only because it was the only general education class she could schedule that term. And she's now going to deny that. Okay. And on the tower cost and liability stuff, yeah, you say nice things about the degree to which you have to have outside reference. I have some sympathy for it. We used to do our own tower climbing too, and it came to an end, and it's been a mess. I think the tipping point for large structural engineering projects at universities not being signed off by licensed professional engineers was Texas A&M bonfire. Take a look at the Wikipedia page, Aggie bonfire for the tail. And honestly, we need young amateurs because otherwise we don't get anybody to talk to. But if we license young amateurs and then they die climbing towers, we don't get to talk to them either. So I think actually much of this is appropriate, and we shouldn't say too many unnice things about it. So, first light, you let us know when. And congratulations.
I can't wait. And I fully support all of your comments, David, and I really hope that ARDC can fund more university and high school stations like this, because it's no fun having a station like this you don't have anyone to talk to. So, yeah, we really need buddies.
Yeah, we want that. My comment is, you know, the old me coming from industry, you want to control costs, but we understand the need, we understand the liabilities, and if it's what it takes, then we'll consider it on a proposal. And by the way, Dr. McGuire is on our board, so we're supporting from that side as well.
Well, I suggest we move on. We're a little over time.
Yeah.
Okay, Kevin?
Kev?
Testing 1, 2. Okay. While they're loading it up, I enjoyed Rosie's presentation last night and the discussion about getting youth and especially girls, female, into amateur radio. And I kept my mouth shut there because I'm going to tell you what we're working on at the Bridgerland Amateur Radio Club. How many of you have built and launched a model rocket? Raise your hand. A lot of us, right? If I were to bring the same amount of young people in and ask them the same question, how many hands do you think would go up? Almost zero. Yeah, maybe one, okay? It's an interesting situation, but I've tried to change some of that working with scout groups. Anyway, I'm Kevin, that's where I live, Logan, Utah. This is what it looks like from our campus at Utah State University. That's a 10,000-foot mountain peak up there. This is either May or October, I couldn't tell you which, but I'm thinking it's more like May. We'll have snow on those mountains for a while. The weekend before I came here, so last Saturday, as an amateur radio operator, I helped with the Logan to Jackson bicycle race, 206 miles, single-day race. It's the longest U.S. cycling sanctioned, single-day event sanctioned. Our club coordinates about 130 radio operators with their partners that support this race, from neutral support, communication, the whole 9 yards. Starts at 5:30 in the morning, we're done about 9 p.m. It's the real deal for emergency communications training. While we were up there, it ends in Teton Village. Do you recognize those mountains in the background? That Sunday, we went out and did Parks on the Air, my very first Parks on the Air activation from Grand Teton National Park there. So that's what I did last weekend before I came here. My other hobby is Christmas lights synced to music. Okay, and this is a whole family project. This is from a few years ago, and it's grown a bit since then. The cars line up to come see it. It's a fun event. It brings lots of Christmas cheer. As you can imagine, during the pandemic, I continue to hear from people who came and saw it. Anyway, who had one of these? Oh yeah, that's a big influencer in my life. So now you know a bit about me. Okay, so we received a grant from ARDC to outreach to youth to engage them. And the way we said we're going to engage them in amateur radio by doing fun, hands-on space science activities, okay? So, also, we asked for a satellite station so we could work with the school to do an ARRS contact. This is that satellite station, at least the outside stuff at Field Day, where the crew brought it and set up. And 5:30 in the morning, Sunday morning, there was an ISS pass. They got up, and 8 members of our club talked to astronauts on the space shuttle over 3 passes that Field Day. So it gave our team a lot of confidence, and we just got word this week that the ARRS contact with the school district will happen in February. So thank you, Frank. We're looking forward to that. All right, so we're going to do fun, hands-on space science activities. In other words, we're going to build a payload and launch it on a high-altitude balloon up to 117,000 feet. That's 22 miles, okay? And we're going to do it. And I told ARDC I'm going to get 40 to 50% girls over 2 9-week courses. So the first one I decided to get those girls, I'm going to do all girls. So we worked with the 4-H makerspace called Cash Makers, which 9 years ago I helped, and another ham radio operator helped get going. We advertised the amateur radio club, school flyers, local tech companies. I got 20 minutes on a local radio talk show that's the 4 to 6 p.m. hour. They mostly talk politics and news, and I was able to go on there with a young lady and talk about our project. And we did social media. Results was 16 young ladies who signed up, or their parents signed them up. And you know what the cool thing about it was? I didn't lose a single one over those 9 weeks. That's telling, after the first day, after the first time you meet, you know the second time whether you're going to be successful or not, hands down. Didn't lose a single one the whole project. Now, I had one girl who didn't come 1 week because of a family deal. One of those young ladies, her parents drove her 60 miles one way from southern Idaho to come participate in this and take her home. So every week for 9 weeks, plus a few Saturdays, because her team's project that she chose to do had a lot of work to do. So anyway, those are the young ladies. That's only a few of the mentors. In all, I had 12 mentors. I had no problem getting members of our club to volunteer to come help. So unfortunately, I don't have a shot with all the mentors. I've got several pictures with some of them. Not all of them came every week, but we had a great set of mentors. Okay. So what did we do the first week? We took them into a classroom, we pulled out the PowerPoints, and we went through all the technician class questions that they had to do to get their amateur radio license. No, we didn't. We didn't do that at all. What did we do first? Soldering, right? Hands-on activity, get them hooked. This is a fun little 4 LED project with a button battery. They learned to solder. This gal on the right is Joy. She's an amateur radio operator in our club. She's a certified soldering person. She's gone through the ISO training, whatever that is. She came and she taught the girls how to solder this little kit. And you should see them light up with soldering. They loved it. One of the most loved activities was soldering. Is soldering ham radio? You bet. Yeah, absolutely, right? We've seen today, or in the last few days, that it absolutely is part of ham radio in my mind. We build stuff, okay? Take a look at that picture. What don't you see in that picture? Okay, something else. Guys. Oh, yeah, us, right? So Joy, I asked Joy, come in, and there's the gal up in the red shirt is the Makerspace coordinator. She's full-time. Amelia on the left, her dad's a ham, and she's one of the AmeriCorps Vista persons that work at the Makerspace. Joy came in and taught the Makerspace staff how to solder properly, and we asked them to do the project. No, the only middle-aged guy in the room was me taking pictures, okay? We broke them up into groups of 8 so that we had 8 in here and 8 doing something else. So immediately got them hooked with a fun hands-on activity. They loved it when we asked them what their favorite activities were, okay? This also prepared them for another soldering activity that they would have to do for the balloon flight. All right, Arduino programming, microcontrollers. Is microcontrollers part of ham radio? You bet you it is, right? We saw that yesterday with the APRS tracker and other things going on. This is a Spark Front kit. One of our electrical engineers in the club, I asked him to spearhead this. They did. Now that girl on the phone is not out there looking at social media. Guess what she's doing? She's got a piezo speaker on the breadboard, and I told her, you know, you can go find the different tones for the notes. She plays the piano. Guess what? She's out there looking for what the hertz tone is for different notes so she could program a song into the Arduino. So they learned several things, and part of it was later on, we have a sensor board that's going to be on the balloon payload, and so we had that sensor board, and all the girls learned how to interface that to an Arduino. They played with LEDs, they played with this piezo, and then they got to interface this sensor board, and I'll show you the sensor board later and all the things it can do, but temperature, things like that. And so they learned how to program an Arduino. Now, did they learn in depth? No. Did they get introduced to it? Yeah. The goal of this, introduce them to a variety of things that we would use on this high altitude balloon. Hopefully they find something that resonates with them. All right. Oh, we did do some lecture type stuff, but just a little. This is Jared talking, how will our space science project utilize amateur radio? So we did introduce them to amateur radio, what it is, how they could get their license, but how is amateur radio going to play a role in this? And obviously we're going to have APRS trackers and a Fox beacon on there, so we're going to go recover this thing, right? That's the goal. So we did that. We did get them on the air. They talked on SSB and they talked on D-Star, and we had another younger member of our club, a female on the other end, and so they did get on the air and get to learn how to make contacts. Is talking on the air ham radio? Yeah, that's what we think, that's the first thing that comes, right? All right, the grant funded some ARRL satellite antennas so we could introduce them to communications via satellite. This was a very popular activity. We were lucky that one of our classes, the ISS, came overhead. And so these girls right here, and this was why we were waiting for the ISS to come. This was a pose picture right before. But see the little girl holding the radio. That's my Kenwood D74, right? You can't buy those anymore. And if you want to buy a used one, they're real expensive. So I'm like, this was last, I think this was March. This was March when we started. I told her, I says, do not drop that radio, please. And she held on to that, and she took charge, and she did not drop my radio, but the ISS came over and we could hear the repeater going, and it was exciting for them and also the mentors. And then we also worked some of the other birds, the linear, and tried some FM based on when they would come over. So a fun activity. One of the girls of the group asked me, she says, can I tune in those satellites in my car radio? And that got me thinking, how could I get them the ability to listen? And I didn't have the answer right then, and it took me a while, but these little SDR dongles, right? They could plug one of those SDR dongles in an antenna and listen to satellites. So that's a cool idea, I think, and those are cheap, great for a project. But fun time. Again, the girl holding the radio, she could not get enough of these projects. She was just eager to learn. I recruited 11 to 17-year-old young ladies, and they were a mix of that age group. And I found 11-year-olds and up are the perfect time, especially around 11, 12, to get them hooked on STEM, get them into this stuff. And what it does, and I've had moms tell me, because I've done not all these projects, but the high altitude balloon before. I did it 7 years ago. I have a mom that came to me that works on Utah State University's campus, and she heard I was doing another one. She says, that built so much confidence in my daughter that they could do it, because these are boy things, right? But they're not. These girls do it, they do it well, and in many ways, they excel at it more than the boys do. Now, the boys are jealous, but we're going to do another one. The grant was 2 of them. We're going to do a mixed boys and girls, another one to finish out the project. All right. We flew Laura on the balloon, and we thought the Laura for the ground station. Laura, low power, long range, that's what it stands for. When I was introduced to it, and they told me, you can go miles and miles and miles on these little milliwatt thing, I said, no, you can't. There's no way. And we did some experimentation, and it worked, and we flew it on a balloon earlier. So we put together a kit that they could build their own ground station to get live telemetry from the balloon when it went up. This was a soldering project. They had to, here's a picture of the kit. This is an Arduino clone in the Montino that has LoRa chip on it. They had to solder some headers. They had to solder the SMA connectors both on the board, and that one's a tricky one, and the antenna, and connect up the LCD display. After we did all those kind of hands-on activities, they also chose a team that they were part of. We introduced them to APRS as well, and they got to choose to be on the tracking team or the launch team or the electronics team or build the payload, which was the structure. These are the girls building the payload. Our mentor there is a retired guy who worked for Lockheed Martin doing 3D AutoCAD of many space parts, and they built a payload, and that payload flew to 117,000 feet, and the ARDC logo went with it. So the ARDC logo went to 117,000 feet, as well as our club and the Makerspace logo and stuff. So here we are, launch day. We had 20-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, I shouldn't have launched, but we did. And we pulled it off, and we were successful, and we recovered the darn thing. So we have a good record at that. But this is the launch team. Well, one of them wasn't the launch team, but she was so excited, she wanted to help with everything. So she became part of the launch team. Here they are, the balloons going out. And I had my friends, Ted and Tyler and others, helping to fill that balloon with helium. Helium is very hard to get. I almost didn't get any. I'm looking at hydrogen for the next one, but I'm a little nervous. So I'm going to go to the National Weather Service because that's all they're using to launch and get some experience from them before we try the next project. That almost shut this down with not being able to get helium for this project. But anyway, there's the balloon, and on launch day, we invited families and parents to come be part of this. And so they came, and they came in droves. And you can see the little guy, you know, we hid behind a building to protect from the wind, and then we had to move it out to launch it. But, you know, we got to hold the balloon up from those gusts of winds, and so the launch team, as we were getting it filled up and ready to launch, and you see the little guy on the shoulders of Dad, we had parents in there helping, and everybody got to come and play. All right, there it is in the air. You can see the balloon looks distorted, 20-mile-an-hour winds. When we released that, that sucker just shot out, and it headed right for the trees. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's not going to clear. And it cleared them, and up it went to 117,000 feet. There's the track. We launched in Howell, Utah, which is out in the West Desert, and we landed up by Montpelier, Idaho. That's 73 miles as the crow flies. And our APRS, for whatever reason, it got up to 16,000 feet and the APRS stopped working. But then it started working again. We have no idea what happened. We've got good digipeters and eye gates throughout the area. We've flown balloon befores, but we were lucky it came back on. But that's why we fly APRS and a Fox audio beacon, right, and stuff, so that we can, our goal is to recover. And in Utah, it's mountains. The green is mountains, except where it landed. That was kind of, that was a kind of a wetlands area. And so when we do those predictions, there's software online, websites you can go and you enter your parameters, your meters per second up, your meters per second down, the size of the balloon, and it'll predict. We landed within 2 miles of prediction, and most of the time, if we get the right amount of helium for the right amount of lift, we can do that. But in Utah, we have mountains everywhere. It's very hard to fly balloons. We hit 140-mile-an-hour winds in the jet stream going up. So we put a lot of helium in, 4-pound payload, 1,600-gram balloon to get it up there so we can get it back down. So we launch based on where it can land, that's not in the middle of a lake and is not in the high mountains and stuff like that. So I have a team member that's very good at running those predictions, and we did have a girls team that was the predictions team, and they learned how to run the software and go online and make predictions, and they did, and we kept running predictions because the jet stream was, or the whole wind pattern in May really changes. It can change from an east-west to a north-south pretty quick. Okay, look at that. There's the Laura, altitude 115,527. The speed is it's pretty calm up there where it's going to burst. You can see the ultraviolet light, the temperature, luminosity. Those were just a few of the parameters that we downlinked. That was just a screenshot, one of it. There it is where it landed. It got beat up pretty bad. But notice the bling. The girls, when they decorated it, right? Boys wouldn't do that. They'd make guns and bows and arrows. The girls made some character and they put bling on that payload. And they had a fun time decorating it, okay? But it landed. You can kind of see the wetlands area. A rancher escorted us in, so we weren't able to take the girls to the landing site. It was kind of muddy in its wetlands area. But we knew exactly where it was because of APRS. And one of our guys was able to go on a side-by-side and go in and bring it out to the area where the girls were. And there's not all the girls. A couple of them had to leave to get back to other things, and some of the mentors, that's at the rendezvous point. It was a couple of miles from where it landed. Takeaways. I think you get the idea of introducing youth to amateur radio when you do it as a fun, hands-on kind of activity. It resonates and it gets them excited. Now, will all these girls get their license? No. But let me tell you what, I was introduced to amateur radio as a 17-year-old. I got my license when I was 25 with my wife. After we graduated from college, found the local club and that they were having a class, and I learned 5 words per minute code in 1990. And I have 2 sons that are licensed. One of them wanted to get his at 8, and he studied and worked on it and got his license at 11. And my other son, who was introduced to it just like his other brother, he got it when he was 27, okay? Everybody has their own time that they'll do it. And so you should never become discouraged that you do things and they don't get their license. but you introduce them to them, you plant seeds, you continue that mentorship that Nathaniel talked about, which is so key to do this. Using space to introduce amateur radio is working, and it is fun. The travel to space is back, right? It died for a while after the shuttle program, but it's really cool, and kids are getting into it, and it's a lot of fun. Mentors are key. Now you've heard that twice. Fun, hands-on activities make a difference. When it all ended with the parents there, they're sitting on the grass, we went around to each of them and say, tell us one thing that you enjoyed. What activities or one thing you enjoyed about it that you really liked? Soldering was, several of the girls mentioned soldering. We heard the APRS stuff because we taught them how they could send a text message from a radio to a phone and back, and they thought that was pretty cool. We heard about talking on the radio. So by introducing a variety of activities, we got a variety of things that resonated with individuals across the board. We talked to them about and are following up on how they can get their amateur radio. And when we also talked about how amateur radio played a key role in being able to pull off this activity. Okay, the one thing I worried about going into this is that the mentors would take over and do all the stuff, because it was just as much fun for the mentors, and every one of them has said, I want to come back for the next one we do. They had just as much fun as these young ladies did. And you always worry about when you do a project that somebody's going to grab that soldering iron and do it for them, right? You got to be patient, you got to mentor, you got to help them be able to do it. And there were some things we had to do. There isn't time even in 9 weeks and an extra day to get everything ready for them to learn everything that needs to be done to pull off this project successfully. It's a lot of work, 2 hours once a week. They learned a lot, they did a lot, they put their heart and soul into it, but they did that. All right, so since this is a technical conference, I better do some tech for you, right? So that's what we flew, the Bionics Microfox and the Bionics Microtrack. That Bionics Microtrack does have a GPS that will work above 60,000 feet. A lot of GPSs won't go above 60,000 feet. So if you're going to do this, we knew this one would work and do it. We also buy a Bionics GPS and tie it to the Arduino with the LoRa, because we data log as well. This is the main control board. It's a Arduino kind of chip. It's like a Mega. It's like the Arduino Mega, but it has LoRa on it. Makes it easy for us to use. This is the sensor we use. There was a company called ARDC. Some of you may have heard of them. They spun off a educational company that changed its name to Because Learning, and they developed this sensor board. It's $100, but it's got 9 sensors. It has luminosity, temperature, 3-axis accelerometer, a gyroscope, magnometer, an accelerometer, a 3-axis gyroscope, a magnometer, ultraviolet light, infrared light, and RGB light. And so the girls were able, before we launched, we had kits of these. For the Arduinos they played with, they learned how to interface it and play with the different, sensors that they could do. That's the Bionics. This is a little data logger from SparkFront. It's a serial data logger. It's real simple to interface. You just send it serial data. So right out of the Montino, as we collected the data from the sensor, we grabbed the GPS data as well. So we have timestamp, and you have location and speed and other things. And we feed the sensor data, put it in a string, and just write it. All right. Anyway, that's my presentation in a nutshell. I'll just go back and we can review what we did real quick. We did on-air contacts, we did APRS, how to track amateur satellites, how to get your license, intro to amateur radio, and LoRa. LoRa does work in the 900 megahertz band. It is amateur radio frequencies there as a secondary telemetry ground station. Other activities were soldering, Arduino programming, interfacing sensors, payload assembly, and one of our mentors who works for Space Dynamics Lab. They came and talked about CubeSats that they built and how satellites are launched, and showed them a video. We did a lot of these, like before class, right as class started, little 5-10 minute kind of presentation takeaway things, and that was one of them. Okay? All right, so I hope you will join the fun and that I've given you some ideas to mentor a youth today. I'll take questions.
Thanks for sharing that. It's great to hear about your project, and it's wonderful. I'm curious, you said there's gonna be another group, and then after that, will you continue? And if so, will some of these students come in as mentors?
Yeah, the good point, yes. The girls all know we're doing it again, and most of them want to sign up again. That's how much fun. Not all of them will, but most of them want to sign up. We want to use a different set of youth. We'll do mixed boys and girls, and I'm probably going to do 8 of them boys and 8 of them girls. But we will invite, yes. One thing I didn't mention, thanks for bringing it up. They will come back as mentors, and we'll bring them back and have them pick an activity that they want to be a mentor for.
Have you thought about when you have a follow-on class that they do more advanced stuff, and then you kind of have this pipeline of classes?
Yeah, that is a good thought. One of the things that I have found, even with my own kids, you get them in. I didn't like one-shot activities, STEM activities that schools did, right? They'd come in, do one-shot, one-week activities, and be gone, and get the kids excited and drop. That's one cool thing about the makerspace that focuses on youth. They've always got different activities going, from robotics and soldering and other activities going. We've thought about that. We've figured the next step for us was the mentorship for those who want to look at getting their license, and we do have some dads and parents that are interested in that. We do know of 4 girls that are studying, towards a license at this time. But the advanced thing, for the grant activity, we need to do another introductory one, as we promised, to meet those needs. But you're right on, the continued mentorship in advance is needed. What I'm doing now, in October, I'm bringing the team back together to start planning the next one so we can improve what worked, what do we need to tweak, should we throw any activities out and bring another one. There were lots of activities we wanted to do, like a fox hunt, building those tape measure antennas and doing a fox hunt. I've done that with youth before. It is a very popular activity, but I threw it out in favor of the LoRa so they could have a ground station, for this particular project. But point well taken.
Because one of the things, I was working with my group, and I was saying, let's put together an 8 through 18 plan. Let's not just plan for these classes. These kids are going to grow up and then eventually go to college. Let's plan for this entire 10-year period.
Right.
There.
Yeah. Phil. Sorry.
Yeah, having had something like this as one of my major retirement activities, I can speak to how much fun it is. I definitely encourage people to go mentor high school kids. Each year, the pattern's kind of the same. We get about 30 kids that show up at the initial club meetings, mainly for the free pizza that I've been buying. I've learned not to do that, or at least to grab some slices early if you want any yourself. But it settles down to about maybe 7 or 8 who actually come every week and learn to do the work. And to our surprise, without even trying, more than half of them have been girls. So you just have to go out there and welcome them, and they will come. One of the things we've been doing, I don't know how much costs you for your payload, because you have to take that into account if you lose it, which is a distinct possibility. We're lucky enough to live near the launch site for National Weather Service radiosonde balloons. And we go out, we collect them, and we refly them. Weather Service knows we're doing this. They don't care because they're disposable. But it turns out these things are easily reprogrammable in the ham bands. We're using software out of Australia that is extremely efficient for tracking. And the great thing about using these things is you don't care if you lose them. So the problem when we build something ourselves, we've done this, is you wait weeks and weeks for the winds to be just right for it to go to a place where you can recover it. But if you're flying one you don't care about, you can do it all the time, and then you don't lose the kids' interest. They get bored very quickly if you have to wait and wait and wait to launch one of these things. So if it goes out over the ocean, who cares? You just go out in the desert next week and pick up another one. And they're like 85 grams with batteries ready to go. They're easy to track. You use an RTL SDR and a Raspberry Pi. We actually had the kids build up some of those kits, take them home. They can track themselves, build antennas, learn soldering, stuff like that. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. Everybody should do it, especially when they retire and you're looking for something to do.
Yeah, Phil, I'll be in touch. I want to learn more about the radio.
We'd be happy to. We got tons and tons of these radio signs. I'd be happy to send you some.
It's been something during the pandemic. I noticed there were some videos online of people building the dishes to track them and then go and find
You
them.
don't need dishes. You need a little 70-centimeter monopole.
So I think would be a fun activity. And
Co-
that's the
COVID
nice
brought
thing
everything-
about
COVID
having the ground station, right, is they can
Yeah.
get telemetry data. And I didn't have time to go into, we did get telemetry data. We did a Zoom call after the event, and we sent the data to them ahead of time, and we reviewed some of the patterns. I mean, there's a whole nother 9-week workshop on data science and data analytics, right? Because it gets a minus 40 degrees up there.
We're colder.
Yeah, thank you for that insight, Phil. We got a question right here.
Yeah, quick question. How did you handle safety issues with soldering, safety concerns, I should say, on the part of parents and that kind of thing?
Never had any safety concerns with parents. Soldering, Joy talked to them about what to do if they burn themselves. You notice they had eye protection on. That's the key. They were taught some soldering safety things that if you do touch your finger, you know, there's the cold water. In all the years of teaching soldering to kids, I've had one kid who touched the iron. Okay, and don't tell anybody, but we use lead solder, okay? Will you edit that out of the thing? I'm sorry, but I can't get that. Teaching kids to solder with that non-lead solder stuff, so I snuck in lead solder, and I've been soldering since I'm 12. I'm still alive, right? Self-taught. I know it's known to the state of California to cause cancer, but there's a sign outside of Disneyland that says there are things inside this park that are known to the state of California to cause cancer. If you've ever seen that on the gate, right out on the sidewalk. But yeah.
It's on everything.
Yeah, I feel a certain responsibility. I think I'm the only physician here. I have to disagree.
Okay.
Don't expose any of us, but especially children, to lead fumes.
Okay, I appreciate that.
It's not cancer, it's neurologic damage.
Okay. Good insight.
Hey, Kevin, you shared with me some of the friendships that were created.
Oh.
Would you
bet.
share that with the group?
These were things, I heard a couple of these, others were shared to me about through parents through the Makerspace coordinator. One of the girls in here was a transplant into the valley at a middle school, had a very difficult time making friends. I'm not sure how they signed up for this. They did, anyway, the parent told the Makerspace coordinator, "This has been awesome for my daughter. She now has friends." And I heard that same group of girls, they were working together on their team for their project, and they said, I heard one of them said, "You know, we're becoming friends, aren't we?" And the other one says, "We already are. We're already like best friends." And what you notice about when you bring diverse, and by diverse I mean kids, they're not friends together and stuff. A few of them knew each other, you know, they brought a friend with them, but they see other kids that have similar interests, right? Because this kind of stuff is different. It's kind of the geeky stuff, and geeky is cool. But when we brought them together and they see there are others their age doing this stuff, there's an instant bond, and it is palatable. You can feel it. You can feel it. And so that was a really great thing. We did another project I didn't have time to show at the Makerspace where we taught them communication skills using 2 handheld radios and Lego blocks. one group builds something with their Lego blocks, 6 or 7 of them, and they have to radio to the other group how to build it, and describing colors and blocks and stuff. And we had 2 of these girls were mentors for that activity to help out with it. And that was easier to get them on the radio than putting them in front of the ham radio with the microphone, talking to another ham. They were nervous. Handing them a couple of walkie-talkies and say, okay, you're going to have to communicate with your peers on how to do something. Introduced them to radio, and they took right off.
Great.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Kevin. So we have a break built in here. We'll get back on schedule at 10 o'clock, if everyone will come in at that time. I have to tell you, this group, Bridgerland Radio Club, I lived in that valley when I was 5 years old. Never lived there again. But I know a bunch of these guys because they were active on D-Star, and I helped build up the Utah D-Star network when I lived there 15 years ago. So, great group. Kevin's been a great leader for this program, and we're appreciative of him. Take a chance to get to know some of the speakers, and we'll be back at 10 o'clock. Thanks.
Okay, before you go, I'm sorry. Rosie needs to leave at 11:30. Okay, she would like a photograph, a group photo of all of the grantees and the TAPR people. We're going to meet right out here in the hallway. So if you'll just head that way right now, we'll get the picture taken.
green light come? All right, let's gather back together. Let's gather back together. All right, we're ready to start again. Our next presenters are from the National Radio Astronomy Observatory. We've got Heather and we've got Jesse, and they'll introduce themselves, and we'll take it from there.
Thanks, John. So I'm going to put this one back with you. Good morning. Thanks for having us. I'm really excited to be here and to meet all of you. I enjoyed dinner last night and getting a feel for this community, and it seems like you have a lot of fun together and enjoy each other's company, so thanks for including us in that. So I am with the National Radio Astronomy Observatory, and I'll just confess right up front that I am not a scientist. I am not an astronomer. I am a fundraiser. My name is Heather, and I'm a fundraiser. And I've been fundraising for more than 20 years with nonprofits, and I'm the first fundraiser at NRAO. And I love where I work. I love what NRAO does. I'm constantly awed by what they're doing, and so it's my pleasure today. I'm going to share a brief overview of NRAO, and then I'm going to hand it over to Jesse to share about the program that ARDC has so generously funded. We're really grateful for that support and excited to get going with that program. So our mission statement changed recently. So if you read this, it says we provide world-leading telescopes, instrumentation, data, and expertise. You all probably knew that. And those telescopes, in case you didn't know, are open skies. The Very Large Array, anyone in the world can submit an application to use that telescope, which I think is pretty cool, that it's open skies globally. We also work to train the next generation of scientists and engineers. Again, probably no surprise. And then I'm going to read the last bullet. We promote astronomy to foster a more scientifically literate society. And so the third bullet is the new bullet in our mission statement. And it says, we advance broader, equitable, inclusive participation in science and engineering. And that's so exciting to me that that's now in our mission statement. I've worked in other organizations that say they're committed to diversity and inclusion, and it's really a committee that might meet monthly or something, and that's about it. At NRAO, that's not it. In addition to working to recruit a diverse workforce and working with the employees to support equity and inclusion, we also have programs working to make STEM more diverse and inclusive. And Jesse's going to talk about our newest program. We also have several other programs from the Office of Diversity and Inclusion that work with undergrads. And I know there were some here today, and I know, Nathan, you're a professor, and many of you know young people. So please do know that we have REU experiences. In the summer, we have a program, the National Astronomy Consortium. The purpose of that is really to bring in historically excluded students into STEM fields. So please talk to me after this or check out our website if you'd like more information to share with young people you know about our programs like that. Okay. Who's been to the Very Large Array? Wow. Cool. That's a lot. I love seeing that. It's awe-inspiring. I love going out there. So NRAO, these are our research facilities, the Very Large Array in New Mexico, the Very Long Baseline Array that goes from Hawaii to the Virgin Islands, and ALMA down in Chile, which is an international partnership. I saw someone with a Green Bank NRAO t-shirt on today. Where is that? Yeah, great. And Green Bank is still operated by the same nonprofit that operates NRAO, Associated Universities, but they are an independent observatory now. So they're still involved. I've been there. Who's been to Green Bank? Cool. And has anybody been to ALMA? I know one. Great. Thanks. So if you'd like to know more about what's happening with these research facilities, please do visit our website, nrao.edu. We have lots of information about amazing things that are happening at those research facilities. And then what's coming? What's the future of NRAO? So one thing I wanted to share with you today is the NGVLA, or the Next Generation Very Large Array, is being planned and prototypes are being built. And that Next Generation Very Large Array has about 10 times the number of antennas as the Very Large Array. And it will be located all over the country, but it will be centered where the Very Large Array is now. And then one of the mind-boggling things about the Very Large Array is that the antenna will accumulate data across 22,000 plus baseline combinations to send 6.4 terabytes of data per second back to the central correlator for processing. So that is just astonishing to me, and we're working on coming up with new and innovative ways to process that incredible volume of data, which actually is equivalent to streaming 7.68 million Netflix movies per hour. So that's what's coming from the science side. And then really what's near and dear to my heart and what's coming in terms of fundraising is we're going to launch a capital fundraising campaign for the Next Generation Learning Center at the Very Large Array. And so you all know that astronomy is a gateway to STEM, and the new Next Generation Learning Center will capitalize on that gateway of astronomy into STEM and have programming across math, data science, machine learning, engineering, and other fields that intersect with astronomy and radio astronomy. So our goals with this are really to, you all probably know that the United States needs more STEM workers, that there's a shortage of skilled STEM workers in the millions in the United States. So part of our mission is to attract young people into STEM, and the other part of that is to diversify STEM, to get more students who are historically excluded into STEM fields. And New Mexico provides a perfect opportunity for that. The student population there's majority minority, 60% Latino or Hispanic, and 11% Native American. And the cost of this project is $20 million, so that's what we'll be raising to actually renovate what used to be the cafeteria building at the very large array and to expand that building. So I don't know if this is going to play. This is a video. Our video's not working, George. No sound. Great. Okay, so this is, so what's been done so far, we have a concept design from the architects. And if you've been to the VLA, you know that this looks quite different. And right now we have a small visitor center over here. And this building, the right-hand side of that is the cafeteria building that we want to renovate and expand. This is a galaxy garden. So it'd be a tour of the galaxy, and we would have native plants, so don't want to have to water out there in the desert. And this area, this plaza, can be tented for events. The left hand of the building is really the classrooms that can be configured in multiple ways, and then there's indoor, outdoor access. And of course, we want a world-class visitor experience too. And so the right-hand side of the building's really focused on that. If you've been out there before, what do you remember about the visitor center? Yeah, you can get a t-shirt and get a brochure for a self-guided tour. So I'm actually going to pause this. I don't think we need to watch the whole thing, but I'm really excited about this. We've done stakeholder engagement as well, talked to more than 80 people from universities and school districts and the state and across the nation, actually. We want to be a resource, not just in New Mexico, but nationally, through virtual and through doing teacher workshops and things like that. Okay, see if I can stop it. Okay. So today, Jesse's here to talk about our newest program in our Office of Diversity and Inclusion, exploring the electromagnetic spectrum. Again, we're so excited to partner with ARDC, and we're really grateful for your support in making this possible. And now I will hand it over to Jesse.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? Excellent. I may need to, I do have audio in my thing, so maybe I need to.
Just turn this on and put it, aim it at the speaker.
Excellent. Okay. Right at the speaker, which is right.
The front bar, yeah.
Excellent. All right. All right, let's get this show on the road. Okay. I'm Jesse Alexander, and WB2IFS is my call sign, and I was hired last week. just about. So I am totally excited and stoked about this program. It sort of is, in a weird kind of way, a confluence of a bunch of things that I was thinking on my own. So this is just like totally cool. So I'm going to start off with a song, and because, you know, whenever a hero comes, you know, you're supposed to have a song. Here, let's see if we can get this going. Come on. Then again, maybe not. Okay. I think the gremlins are in effect here. This song is, I'll just tell you the song, I won't sing it. The song is Follow the Drinking Gourd. I found it like we always do on the internet, looking for something else. And the drinking gourd is significant to African American history and culture because the drinking gourd is, come on, there we go. The drinking gourd points us to the North Star. The North Star is the way that is basically following the North Star is the way that many of our families and folks got to freedom and got out of slavery. So my main point behind this particular image here is that BIPOC folk have been astronomers, are astronomers. We want more astronomers. And so that's what this the next series of slides are supposed to show. And in all cultures, the original wireless form of communication is a drum. And so this particular, oh, I've got lasers set on stun here. This particular gentleman I found online looking for something else, and I think he's one of the earliest radio operators, earliest African-American radio operators. We have the code talkers, Navajo folks in World War II. And I just found out about her recently. She's one of the inventors of GPS. And I found out about this gentleman also on the internet. He was supposed to be the first black amateur radio operator. And this is a friend of mine who is now Silent Key. This is Ken, KB3IIE. He worked with, oh my gosh, he worked with Skywarn. He worked with CERT. He worked with Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. Gosh, I don't know, I'd have to list the organizations he didn't work for or with, maybe one or two. But he was quite a, oh. All right, all right. The gremlins are in full effect here. So anyway, that's the story about Ken. Let me just go back. There are some other people that should be up here. I should say that I had some difficulty finding women, and that's not because women didn't contribute to wireless communications. That's because the history and the records don't show them, and that is a problem. I worked in the Wireless Center of Excellence at AT&T Bell Labs for a few years, way back in the day. I also was part of the team that worked on the AMP cell sites, which are the analog FM first versions. My boss at one time was Jesse Russell. I don't know if that name is familiar to any of you, but I recommend looking him up. And my office mate also worked on the team. Her name is Kathy Fowl. Kathy was a battery expert and a power expert and a smart battery expert. And so she should probably be up here as well. So the point is, what I'm trying to do is to bring that history forward so that we are seen and heard, and that's partly what I want to do with this program. Now I'm going to go to a video next. It actually is a commercial. It's a commercial by an organ. Don't do it.
No, it may count as a copyright infringement, right?
Oh.
It's on the YouTube screen.
Okay. All right.
Not that, and
We're,
no commercial song.
all right.
Yeah. You can play it here, we just have to mute it on YouTube. Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Cool.
So, George, can you do the?
Tell me when you're ready.
Yeah. YouTube is muted. Go ahead.
All right.
You won't believe it, but you can talk to someone in space. Sam from Earth, calling space station. Can you hear me? Sam from Earth, can you hear me?
If you want to talk to space, you need a really big antenna. Multi-elemented and made of aluminum.
Calling the space station. Can you hear me? This is Sam from Earth calling the space station.
Okay. Before I move forward, thank you. So that particular commercial has been shared hundreds of times by hundreds of hams. I think all of us can see ourselves in that video. I put it up on LinkedIn, and it got more hits than anything else I've ever done in social media. I don't even know anything about the company that produced that ad, but I think it grabs the essence of ham radio. And the thing that I like about it is it centers a young African child. And so, well, obviously, the commercial is targeted at West Africa, maybe Nigeria, but anyway, I just think that's really good, and that's the kind of thing, the kind of ownership that I want to see happen with young people in this program. I was really excited to hear the previous talk. I really liked your talk. I'm going to be borrowing lots of your ideas as we move forward. These are the parameters of what we're working with. I think it's well known. The start date for the actual working with young people is next year. We're looking for this first, I call them waves because I had KCS training, Knowledge Center Service training, which is a whole other thing. But I call them waves. The first wave is 10 students. The next wave is 20. We're looking to get people get them licensed as amateur radio operators, tech licenses. The second time around, we're looking at general class. So we want to bring them in. We're going to pay the students. We're giving them stipends. And the idea is to, at minimum, like I said, get the tech license and get them all licensed. And we're going to be using Supernova as which is misspelled. I forgot the K for knowledge. Supernova as a learning platform. And there'll be weekly virtual sessions structured very much like I've heard the previous one structured, 3 to 2 hours a week. One will be read on your own, one will be a Supernova interaction, and the other one will be a Zoom call. So I used to do sales, so we always had a slide in the sales deck that said, what's in it for you, you know? So what's in it for the cohort that we're looking at is they get a license, they get a chance to hack. I see the ham license as a license to hack in a good way. And so that's what that's about. Hands-on STEM and STEAM education, including arts, future emergency communicators, because we're in the midst of climate change and that kind of thing, and that's very important. And I've noticed that, and I've heard it said that a lot of young people, not necessarily in the United States, but in other countries, are fascinated by ham radio as a chance for emergency communications. Lord knows they're probably using it right now in Pakistan because of the floods, and there are other places. So that's a big thing. That's a big draw for a lot of young people, from what I understand. Future careers, both college for R&D, but also college for trade school. So we need people, NRAO needs people, not only scientists, but they also need people who know how to repair equipment, who know how to do IT, who know how to do, for crying out loud, fit pipes and run fiber optic cables for those multi-gigabit systems that she was talking about. So that's what's in it for them, which is in it for the NARO community as well. So we're developing a diverse pool of the people I just mentioned that understands the spectrum as a natural resource. We're also developing muscle memory, and I think some of the other speakers spoke about this as well. You have to have a feel for engineering, feel for RF. How does it work? How does this connect? You know, and that kind of thing. And so that's very, very important. And increased scientific literacy is important, and open source innovation. The ham radio community, we're getting old. You know, we need new blood. And, Older, you're right, older. And we need new blood, and we need diverse blood. I mean, We definitely do. There are multiple reasons, not the least of which is spectrum defense. If we're not using it, it will be sold. On the way here, I was driving from the eastern shore of Maryland. It was about an hour and a half back up here, up to the airport to come here. And I've got my my transceiver, my VHF UHF transceiver. It's a Yaesu FTM 400DX, and I'm scanning all the local frequencies. Quiet. The only traffic I heard, APRS. Okay, and when we were on the eastern shore, I didn't get a lot of pings from beacons and at all. That's got to change. If we want this resource, if we want to keep this resource a public resource, we got to use our frequencies. We got to. So that's what that's about. Now there's an article here I found, again, by mistake, happenstance, at Spectrum and Spectrum Magazine. I highly recommend it because they touch on a lot of the issues that I'm getting at here in the what's in it for whom thing here. This is how we're going to structure the curriculum. We're going to, you know, of course, one of the prime objectives is to get people licensed, but we also want to get people to the point where they understand the electromagnetic spectrum, how it works, and all of that kind of stuff. Because again, we're trying to build muscle memory, and we're trying to infuse that into the population. So this shows the people involved in various aspects. One other part that I was concerned about was some of the professional development issues and that kind of thing, developing a cohort of young people. And again, I saw a lot of great stuff from some of the previous speakers that I can borrow. The other thing I'm concerned with is, and I'm going to tell a little story, just a little one, not too long ago. I don't know how many people know this. I actually live near the nation's capital. On January 6th, we know what happened. There was an attack. Whenever something happens, I always reach for my radio. I think everyone else here does the same thing. I reached for my radio. I didn't hear a lot of traffic, but I reached for APRS. I went on APRS and I watched 3 hams beacon their location as, I'll just say it, they attacked the Capitol. All right? I watched that. And then I began talking with some of my friends in Aries, Races, and other places. It turns out that I didn't hear any traffic because 2 repeaters were taken down because of all the illegal operation. I think there's one in Alexandria and there was another one. Okay? Those people are still out there. And from what I hear on 80 meters, and some of you all know what goes on 80 meters, all right? We're going to need to help. We're going to need to provide safe places for people so that they can decompress, so they understand it's not them, that they understand that people are emoting and it's their own thing. But so we've got a professional on staff that is capable of providing mental health first aid and that kind of thing. So that's what we're interested in. I've actually there was one person who contacted me indirectly, a woman, who said that she was harassed off the air. This is the kind of environment we're putting folks in, but we want to build into the structure that we're developing defense for that kind of situation. So this is the timeline. It is quite ambitious. Like I said, the go live date is in January. We're in the design phase right now, working on a recruiting strategy, designing the curriculum, hands-on, trying to figure out how to do hands-on stuff. I'm from old school hardware development, so we talk about kitting. Right, which is basically putting the parts together in a box and sending them to the young people so that they have everything they need. That's what I mean by kitting. and a list of mentors and SMEs and that kind of thing, and any tools. And that's why I was asking about solder earlier. I was aware of the heat concerns about solder, but not the lead concerns. So if we're going to do hands-on activities with young folks, we're going to have to figure out how to mitigate that. Fume hoods, and possibly, but we would have to have a building where the stuff is exhausted out of the building. So that's going to be a challenge because this program has been designed to this extent. Unlike yours, where everyone's in one location, we're going to have kids spread out over the United States. So we may have to find another way of handling the solder situation. Yeah, maybe, and I like maybe using maker spaces that are near them, or clubs that are near them, or something else like that. Or maybe we go with, because we're talking tech, at the tech level, we're talking, maybe Snap-on electronics, or my favorite 150-in-1 kind of kit using spring contacts. So anyway, getting back to this, the first wave is, we've got 20 weeks. They're going to be introduced to the electromagnetic spectrum. There's going to be, all this is going to be online, including the testing. So test prep, cohort building, all that stuff. The second wave is going to have to happen soon after that. We're going to talk about use of EMS. By now, we've got people who are licensed, so we can do some cool things and fun stuff with them on the air, and looking forward to doing that. And we're also going to strengthen relationships with colleges and or trade schools. We want both. The mental health and cohort building should be throughout. That really should be for all levels. And so at the end of the second wave, we're going to be doing an evaluation and final report to our funders. And then we're going to be setting up for wave 3, if that actually will happen. So now I'm going to talk about cohort building online. And I'm going to tell the usual ham radio joke. This time it's going to be told as a text, because that's the modern way of doing things, right? So the first ham says, "Hey, I can barely hear you. What's going on?" And the other ham says, "Oops, I think I better rotate the antenna." And then says, "How about now?" And the other ham says, "Oop, you're 20 dB over S9. You look good. Much better. Now, do you want a QSL card?" Right? So there is a back channel to ham radio. The cellular phone in this particular case is the back channel. So this is like this is an old ham radio joke. So, and I should say QSL is a confirmation. It's like a card for those who don't know what that is, but I think most people here know what that is. So we want to build a hidden channel, so to speak, a cohort building place. And I've been experimenting on Discord, and I found the same organization that was referred to before on Discord, and I've built our own Discord server, and I'm hoping to get that used, and I'm putting that out there now. If you'd like, you can join it. I just want people to kick the tires. I'm learning Discord. I've never used Discord before. So that's what that's about. And I should say, don't worry about all the links. At the end, there is a link tree. If you scan that particular QR code, it'll take you to the link tree with all the URLs for everything. Okay, moving on. The idea of this separate, I don't want to call it separate, but this server is to build a safe place for students. I know the students are probably more savvy than I am about Discord. I'm just learning. I'm a novice Discord user. So I'm hoping that this will be a safe place, a place where they can ask stupid questions, where they can build cohort, where they can ask, about mental health issues. If they're having problems with people online, someone's harassing me, what do I do about that? All that stuff can be dealt with on this thing, and I'm tentatively calling it Harriet's Observatory, in honor of Harriet Tubman, another Maryland resident. So let's see, moving on. As I indicated, MCOM is a major draw for young hams. And what you're seeing here are some of the organizations that we're looking forward to getting folks involved. ARRS, I think everyone is familiar pretty much with ARRS. The picture there at the top is my ARRS team, Prince George's County ARRS. And the person who is leading that up is, oh, I have a laser. Let's see if this works here. The person who's leading that up is W3KAS, Jim Montgomery, and Wanda Montgomery, KA3AHI. And you see, you see Linwood Leach is also in ARRS, and Robert Lee is also in ARRS, and I'm blanking on their call signs right now. So that's my group, local group. I'm also involved with CERT, and some of the young people have junior CERT in high school. So we might be able to leverage that. In my area, it's different in different parts of the country, but in my area, RACES and ARRS are the same organization. Theoretically speaking, we self-activate as ARRS, and the Maryland Emergency Management Agency activates us as RACES, and they have FEMA requirements. So again, that's another way of getting young people involved. I'm also involved with Skywarn. Skywarn is an absolute blast. My Skywarn class consisted of people who were 80 years old and some people who were 8 years old. So this is another chance to get people involved. You don't have to be a ham radio operator to be in Skywarn. All you need is a telephone, but ham works really good when all else fails. So let's see. The other thing that I understand is a great draw for young folks is, and I heard some other folks refer to this, is Morse code. Morse code is not required anymore for ham licenses, but I'm going to try and figure out how to squeeze it into the curriculum. And I have a cool demonstration here that was on YouTube, so I don't know that it's a problem. Okay, good. I've got to go ahead and see if I can play this. I won't play the whole thing, if it will play. So the interesting thing is why one video started on its own and this one will not. Okay. All right, the gremlins are in full effect. This video, you can look it up online, is a guy on a drum set doing the entire Morse code alphabet, and it is very cool. In fact, they actually show pictures of his feet on the kick drums, and you can see how he's actually doing Morse code and the kick drums. So that's all that was, just a little fun thing, I thought. But one thing I've noticed, and I did a demonstration that included Morse code at a Maker Faire. How many people have been to Maker Faire? Oh man, is that a blast or what? Oh my gosh. I had such a blast. I had fun. And a lot of kids were very interested in Morse code, even though it's not required. There is a resurgence online of Morse code interest. I found out there's an app, I don't know if it still exists, that people are competing with each other in Morse code speed. Most of the people using it are not hams, believe it or not. And so I've forgotten the name of it. I think I'll see if I can find it, and I'll send it to everyone. But they compete against each other. People can compete on each other in Morse code over the net. And of course, there's all kinds of Arduino projects and Raspberry Pi projects where people are connecting paddles to the Pi or to the Arduino. And the other side is high-speed internet access. So the idea of, really low baud digital communications going out over a gig E is kind of funny to me. But anyway, that's one of the draws. So this is the part where I ask for help. I'm just getting started. I'm just getting my feet wet. I'm looking for subject matter experts for presentations and that kind of stuff. I see IRS people here. We need to talk. I see, I don't know if HamSci people are still here. Oh, excellent. Excellent, excellent. We need to talk. HamSat as well. We need to talk. I found out something about I found out an organization that oh, now what's going on?
You have TAPR missing up there.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I need to put them in there. I'll put them in there. And let's see, so some of the organizations, NSBE has, National Society of Black Engineers has NSBE Junior, targeting young people. I don't have a contact with them yet, but I will, because one of my fraternity brothers is in NSBE. I just found out about the Hispanics in STEM organization. I'm going to connect with them. RARA, Rainbow Amateur Radio Organization, organization of queer LGBTQ hams. I have to connect with them. Hack and Hustle is an organization located here, run by a friend of mine. It's an entrepreneurial STEM organization. I'll be meeting with him today around 3 o'clock. IEEE, there may be ways of connecting with IEEE that might be helpful. I've got a friend at NACME, and I've been reaching out to her ever since I got in. Haven't heard back from her yet, but I'm looking to connecting with them. This is the National Council for Minorities in Engineering. There are multiple cohorts that have come through them, and I'm looking forward to connecting with them because that will give the place for the young people who come through our program for them to go next. I just found out about a Society of Amateur Radio Astronomers, and they're both amateur radio operators and radio astronomers, and so I'm going to be tapping them and see if I can find out some more information about them. So if you want more information about me, you can scan my QR code. These are the various organizations I've been involved with and I am still involved with. I am a proud graduate of Howard University and that kind of thing, and I have bachelor's and master's in electrical engineering, specializing in RF design. And that's what I started to do, and that was 40 years ago. So that's it. Let's see, what else do I have here? I also have a list of resources. I also have a link tree. There you go. Link tree that has all the books and stuff that I use to develop this conversation. So you're welcome to check that out. And any questions? Shoot.
Jesse, on YouTube, somebody knows that MTN is a big telecom provider in sub-Saharan Africa.
Oh, sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's where that came from.
Okay, South Africa. So that explains, because I did see some people in heavier clothes, and so that would.
Well, yeah, sub-Saharan.
Sub-Saharan, right. So,
equatorial belt.
right. So, okay. All right, thanks. I'm glad that we got that. Question.
Hi.
Hi.
Love everything that you're doing.
Thank you.
And also, I am so curious about the STEAM integration. I've been sort of trying to rack my brains about how to combine arts with some of the work that we're doing. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about how you're bringing it in.
Well, my wife is an artist, and so the thing is, if I don't bring it in, no. But seriously, that's something I'm still working on. I'm looking at music in particular because a lot of children have expressed interest in music, and especially in reference to the Morse code. But I think there are points that can be made about music and the spectrum and frequencies and that kind of thing. And someone else mentioned that. So I'm looking forward to doing that. That's something that's a work in progress. Who's next? Oh, go ahead.
Your Morse code to kids, I've got a thing that I've done that's worked. I'll give you my card.
Oh, please.
If you've ever seen A Christmas Story with Ralphie, he has his little decoder ring and he's waiting for the radio program.
Yeah.
And it's Eat Your Malto-Meal or whatever it was, right? Anyway, we've done something
Classic.
similar with Morse code. And with the Morse code tree where they take their finger and they go left if it's a da, they go right if it's a dit, and they do the secret
great.
message, and it's fun. Kids like it.
Yes, I would definitely want that. We need to talk. Who else? I saw some other hands going up. Oh.
So you're at NRAO. You have a wonderful graphics art opportunity with the imaging from the telescopes. That stuff is beautiful.
Huh, okay, all right. Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you for that. Now, there was a question over,
Okay, Bob.
oh, you had,
Well, a couple of things. One is you might tell us how we can contact you.
Sure.
As you've talked, I've thought of several things I could feed you that would help you out, I know.
oh, great.
And then also, I'm a member of SARA, recently elected as a director. So
Oh, great.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit before you get away.
Absolutely, absolutely. You can contact me at the NRO email address, which is JNALE. Let's see, J. I just, you know what? WB2IFS@gmail.com.
Yeah, the slides will be available from TAPR, and we
Okay.
have your QR code in there, so that's
Okay.
great. Anyone else real quick? We're just about on schedule. Okay, M17 team.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse, so much for coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're really excited about this program. We're happy that we've been able to fund it, and we're looking for some good things to come out in the next year or two.
Can everybody hear me now? Good morning, everyone. My name is Steve. I'm KC1AWV. I'm from New Hampshire. I'm part of the M17 project. And just a quick question, how many people have used or have heard of digital voice in amateur radio? Great. That means I can get rid of about 20 slides. How many people have heard about M17? That's actually quite a few people. Thank you. Well, that actually takes care of a lot of things that I wanted to talk about right at the beginning, so we'll go ahead and hand it. We'll make this nice and quick. Hand it over to Ed here. And
good morning. I'm Ed, N2XDD. I am the community manager of the M17 project. M17, we're an open source community of amateur radio operators who are building understandable systems and support and continuation of the experimenters' history of ham radio. And in doing so, we're bringing in a lot of the younger people from the hacking and making communities. So I'd like to think that we're part of the new part of homebrewing, where we're attracting some of the younger people to keep this awesome hobby alive. So if you haven't heard of M17, it was started in 2019 in Warsaw, Poland by Wojciech, who happens to be here with us today. He couldn't make the trip, but that's Wojciech Kaczmarski, SP5WWP, and he came up with this idea at a local radio club in Warsaw. So he's since cultivated a like-minded community of individuals like myself and Steve, who have been helping others in the community to learn a little bit more about digital radio.
do you want me to skip over to that slide?
Did I miss a slide?
I guess I should have.
I guess I should have put my glasses on, but yeah. So we have a great community. We're globally based. A lot of individuals from all across the world working on this awesome project. I myself, like I said earlier, I'm the community manager, and I'm probably the least technical of the core group of the team members. But I get to go out there and make sure everybody's keeping it simple for those who aren't at that same level of intelligence as everybody else. So I tend to go out there and I tend to reach out to our community and see where I can get new individual members to fit into some of the sub-projects that are going on. and make sure everybody's welcomed and feels at home with our community.
So, as Ed was saying, M17 started in Poland, Warsaw, Poland, at the SP5KAB, I can never remember that call sign, club in Warsaw, Poland. Wojciech, SP5WWP, who's our founder, is part of that club, and started back in 2019 using Codec 2 and STM32s in order to transmit a new digital radio protocol that we decided to call M17. The name M17 actually comes from the address of the amateur radio club there in Poland. I'm not going to bother to try and actually pronounce the name. It's in Polish. I can't pronounce I can barely pronounce English, so I'm not going to bother with trying to say the name. But they created the first amateur radio open source handheld called the TR9, and that's what you see. Which one's the laser button? There we go, right there. That's the TR9 that was developed as an open source HT that supports M17. And really, this the whole thing really got going when Dan created a post about our protocol on his blog, and that really garnered some interest into what M17 is doing.
It's KB6NU.
Yeah, KB6NU. He's a good guy. So in 2020, we started to notice a lot more coverage for the M17 protocol, blowing up on Twitter, on everybody's blogs, got a whole lot more people involved with our project. We started to really refine the protocol in 2020. It was basically just a little tiny working document, and now it's grown to this really hardcore specification of everything from the air interface all the way down into the actual protocol and how it works and how it's all supposed to link up. The Open RTX project started in Italy that same year. They're developing a alternative firmware to DMR radios that are currently out there, such as the MD380, kind of a open source alternative for those radios. And they started to work with us in order to get our protocol onto those radios as well. These bullets are a little out of order, but this all happened in 2020. N7TAE, Tom, over in Arizona, he created mVoice, which is a Linux-based client for M17. It basically, you have a headset, and you load up the client, you connect to a reflector, and you can start talking on M17 without even really needing a radio to start with. Rob, WX90, created the M17 CXX DMod, so it's a code for modulating and demodulating M17 baseband right on your computer. So you can create a baseband, inject that into a radio, transmit M17, receive M17, basically from anything, and then run it through his DMod program, and you'll be able to hear the audio.
So just a quick note on Rob. Rob is the proprietor of MobiLink Systems. There's a lot of APRS talk over the weekend here in the room. So Rob makes a series of TNCs that are Bluetooth compatible with your cell phones.
Mm-hmm. There's a client called M17 KISS HT that interfaces with his TNC3 so that you can do M17 right on your smartphone, plug his TNC into your radio, and transmit and receive M17. It's still a work in progress. It's not 100% working, but we're working towards getting that finished. Doug, 88DP, developed a program called DroidStar, and that is a program for your cell phone as well that is a multi-mode or multi-protocol radio client, and it includes M17 natively. All the other modes that are available on it, such as D-Star, DMR Fusion, you need to have a decoder, especially for their voice codec. M17, since it's an open source, using an open source voice codec, we can actually implement that natively. So you don't need to do anything extra in order to get DroidStar to work on your phone. And now we get into the really awesome stuff. 2021, this is where we started to see significant increases in development, and that was actually all due to a grant provided by ARDC, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. In 2021, SB5 WWP also wins the Technical Innovation Award, which Ed was gracious enough to go ahead and go down to the ARRL headquarters and pick up and send over to Wojciech. That came to as a big surprise to us. It was amazing to see that he won that award. MM and DVM and OpenWebRx started to support M17. So Jonathan, G4KLX, he developed the firmware for MMDVM boards. He implemented the M17 protocol on there, and now you can have a hotspot or a repeater with M17 capabilities. We also started some satellite testing using QO100 over there in Europe. Had some really good success. And SDR++ now has M17 support. Did you want to say something here?
So SDR++ is written by a college student.
Yep, Alexander in
Belgium, I believe.
Belgium, yeah.
So he's another young guy that's embracing the hobby, and he found our project, and he decided he wanted his SDR++ program to support it. And he worked on the modulation and demodulation for a couple of months.
Yep.
And like previous speaker said earlier, he's doing some work on Discord. We have a lot of our development is done on Discord. So if you are a member of our group, you can see some of the progress of his SDR++ work as it was happening.
And it's actually become quite the de facto standard for demodulating M17. We're using it to make sure that the baseband has the right deviation and bandwidth and everything. And it's got a whole graphical, awesome stuff, and a whole graphical thing to show you exactly what it looks like. And it's a really awesome tool for us to be able to use. So, more about the grant from ARDC. We noticed that an increased interest in our project required us to start really cranking up the development of our protocol. Otherwise, you got people knocking on your door saying, hey, I've heard about you guys. What are you guys doing? When can we actually see something? The problem with that is that open source stuff, like our project, requires volunteer work. And volunteers are few and far between when it comes to creating a new protocol such as M17. There's a lot of technical stuff, a lot of hardware that needs to be purchased and developed, and all these things that are just out of the hands of these volunteers, because it takes a lot of money to be able to start these sort of things, as far as getting that lab equipment, getting that books and all the software and stuff that we need in order to start the development. In April 2021, through the guidance of Open Research Institute, the M17 project applied for a grant from ARDC, and the ARDC awarded us $250,000 to support our work. And all of this money is going into funding lab equipment, software, books, and bounties for M17 development. We were able to purchase a lab, or well, we call it shed lab. We actually built a shed that is going to serve as our base of operations for M17 here in the United States. It's got all the lab equipment that we need. We've got VSAs, we've got oscilloscopes, we've got SDRs, we've got software, we've got hardware that we need in order to actually develop the M17 protocol. And some of the funds that we have are also going towards the research and development of actual production hardware. So here you can see what we call the Module 17. It's basically a smart mic, so if anybody knows what an SM1000 is for FreeDV, this is the VHF and up version of it. We're taking codec 2, we're putting it through our M17 protocol, and you can use it on VHF and up, and that's a piece of hardware that'll plug into the back of a radio on the 9600 baud port, and you'll be able to transmit and receive M17 using your existing hardware.
And then hopefully in the next 8 months to a year, we have that in the hand of consumers, shrunken down to actually a microphone form factor.
Such as this picture right here. So this will be basically a handheld version of that larger board that you saw. And we even put the developers' call signs on there. We got DB9 MAT Mathis, who's one of the original developers of some of the MMDVM hardware with Florian. I forget his call off the top of my head, but he's helping us develop a lot of the hardware that we're putting out for the M17 protocol. So what does it look like now here in 2022? We have about $68,000 remaining of the funds from the ARDC grant. We're going to transfer all that money over to our new fiscal sponsor, which is the Open Collective Foundation, a superb 501c3 organization that does fiscal sponsoring for projects such as the M17 project, as well as other organizations that do a lot of community work, and they are perfect fit for the M17 project, and we're looking forward to working with them. We're going to take the rest of the money, we're going to put it towards the hardware development, like Ed was talking about, as well as provide bounties for anybody that wants to work on the M17 project, kind of help us figure out these problems that we're having, get over these hurdles that we're experiencing. And this is some of the ongoing work that we're doing in 2022. Charles G4 GUO had actually successfully tested a loopback through a satellite on QO100s, or through the satellite QO100. He was able to send and receive M17 without any significant issues. We're trying to team up with a few other people in Europe in order to be able to have people receive the M17 modulation off of that satellite. KA1PQKJ, he's helping us do specification improvements. He's, I'm not sure if he's actually a technical writer, but he does an awesome job on trying to figure all that stuff out. We've got upcoming out-of-tree GNU radio blocks being developed by Dave N1AI, so you'll be able to see an M17 modulator and demodulator in GNU radio, so you'll be able to use any SDR that you have that can transmit and receive, and be able to do experiments as well as play around with the M17 protocol. As I said before, the Module 17 modem by Mathis, that's being developed, and it's going to be shrunken down, so you'll actually have a handheld device. OpenRTX is supporting M17 without any significant issues. It's doing really well, and we've actually been able to play around with HTs and get people onto the M17 protocol. Mini 17, which is basically going to be a miniaturized QRP VHF radio that does specifically M17, and we also have an exploded version of it. So if you think of like a development board for a radio chip or anything like that, that's kind of what we're developing, and it's going to be specific for M17. And just recently, over the past week, SDR Angel has support for M17 modulation and demodulation right into the program. And the Windows side of that is really driven by Paulo, PU4THZ down in Brazil. He did all the coding and bug fixing and everything in order to get the M17 protocol working on the Windows binary for SDR Angel.
And he just actually finished that up Friday as we were sitting here.
Well, so the commit was eight days ago, so he's just polishing it now. Yeah. So some statistics about M17. There's about 150 reflectors worldwide. So if you're familiar with D-Star, how the reflector system works, M17 uses a similar system based off of XLXD. So you have reflectors all over the, well, not just the United States, but all over the world you can connect to and be able to contact people anywhere that you want. We have one that we use on a regular basis. It's M17. Makes it easy to remember, and that's what we do all of our nets on, development chat, all that other stuff, testing, development. It's about 1,950 Twitter followers as of this month, and we have over, well, yeah, I don't say over, but about 600 people on Discord. And we've got all the famous names: Jonathan, G4KLX, Mathis, DB9, MAT, who else?
Ed, N2XDD.
That guy. But we got a lot of developers, a lot of well-known people.
And this guy. He doesn't
That
sleep.
guy.
He's in the chat pretty much 20 hours a day. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
He's probably watching us right now. Yeah. We also have a Wikipedia article that was put in by our community members, and it's available in 5 different languages. So anybody that wants to learn about M17 can do so right there. I won't go into too much of the technical stuff. I'm not 100% fluent on the technical stuff, but basically if you know what digital voice modes or even just digital modes on VHF and up are using, this is a 4 FSK modulation right now. About 9 kilohertz of bandwidth that's used, so we can fit everything into a 12.5 kilohertz channel. It's 4,800 bit symbols per second, but 9,600 bits per second gross throughput. The codec 2 vocoder that we're using is 3,200 bits, or symbols rather, and so now we have extra, I can't do the math off the top of my head, was that 1,600? Yes. 1,600 that we can use for things like text and other data while you're transmitting your voice. There are stream and packet modes. So stream mode is for voice. Packet mode you can use for just about anything that you want to send packet data with. There's error control coding built in, and IDs are based on call signs. There's no sign up required, which is a big gripe from a lot of people about DMR, is that there's a database of call signs and a limited number of IDs that are available for DMR. With us, we just basically take your call sign, code it into base 40, and that's natively supported by things like DMR talk or alias and everything like that. So your call sign is your ID. You don't have to sign up for anything. You don't have to register anywhere. 16 channel access numbers, so similar to DMR where you have a color code, we have the same sort of system. So if you have multiple repeaters in an area, you don't have to worry about stepping on somebody else's repeater. And a big thing that a lot of people have a complaint about, at least in the United States, is AES encryption support. We put it in there because there are countries, and since M17 is not just limited to the United States, there are countries that do allow encryption over the air, so that's built into our protocol as well. Our specification is pretty easy to remember. It's spec.m17project.org, so if you want to take a look at it, get a little bit more information about what's going on and how to use it, that's right there. Our website is m17project.org, very simple. If you want to know more about ARDC, but I think I have an idea that everybody here knows what ARDC is, you can go to their website. And our Open Collective, which is our donation platform and fiscal sponsor, is opencollective.com/M17project. So I want to say thank you for everybody having to listen to me. I'm sorry. But thank you to TAPR and ARDC. Thank you for having us. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here. And all of our Discord and contact information is right there on our website.
Yeah, please feel free to join us on Discord or download DroidStar if you haven't done so. We have a weekly net, Friday afternoon, 1700 hours UTC. We'd love to have you guys come in and say hello. And it was a pleasure being here and hanging out with you great folks at TAPR this weekend.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Or hopefully these aren't technical questions. I'm not really good at those.
Well, the first one is a shameless plug.
Yes.
TAPR was able to support David Rowe in the early Codec 2 development, and we are really proud and happy that we've been able to contribute to that early on. So you guys are following on from
We're taking his work and extending it, hopefully for the better.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have a chance to sit down in the coming weeks with Steve and Scotty and see how we can further the relationship between M17 and TAPR.
Great. Yeah, we funded David initially at the very, very, very beginning, and we also brought him to the United States twice, one for Hamvention and for a DCC. So we got some. I don't think we got any recordings of that. That was in the dark ages, before video. But okay, so we might have a YouTube video up of David's talks if you want to reference that.
Speaking of YouTube, if you tune in next Sunday evening to Ham Radio 2.0, Steve and myself will be making a return, and we'll be talking to Jason about what's going on.
Tell us more about that group. Okay, any questions for these gentlemen?
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Keep up with the good work.
All right, thank you, everybody. We have one more great presentation, and then I'm going to come back on at the end to tell you how to get into the gravy train of grants. If you want to. I do want to point out this opencollective.org that they've moved their project to is a great opportunity if you're not a 501c3 educational institution and so on. They have divisions both in North America and in Europe. So we're working to try and get the European one qualified. We have to have some qualification for IRS. But it's a good way, if you've got a project and you need a fiscal sponsor,
that's somebody that you can work with. They also have a fundraising platform and a totally transparent accounting system, so your records are really available for people that want to understand what you're doing. So,
back, forward, laser. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, just a second.
without further ado, Frank.
Not quite.
Do, 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 do.
Good morning, everyone. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I thought you needed a second. I have to leave early, like I said, and I just wanted to say it's been such a pleasure to meet everybody, and thanks again to the TAPR team. That's it.
Thank you, Rosie, for everything you do. Okay, I'm Frank Bauer, KA3HDO, and I'm going to talk about ARRS today, and basically fulfilling the ARRS 2.0 vision via the ARDC grants. For background, I think a number of you already know me. Basically, I've been doing human spaceflight amateur radio since it began, actually running the radio station at Goddard for shuttle retransmissions for Owen Garriott's flight, and then ultimately as Vice President for Human Spaceflight at AMSAT, and now as Executive Director for ARRS USA. Also, my other side is the NASA side. I worked for NASA for many years, retired in 2011. I finished my efforts at NASA as the Chief Engineer for Exploration, the Moon and Mars Initiative, which is now the Artemis program. So, got a lot to talk about, but I want to focus on, there's a lot of things about ARRS, but I want to focus on the ARDC aspects of what we're doing. But before I do that, I need to set the stage because not everybody knows what ARRS is. Basically, we're a program that helps, that basically inspires, engages, and educates students in STEAM activities and STEAM topics through the ability to talk to the astronauts on the International Space Station. Now that 10-minute contact is something they never forget. But we spend 3 to 6 months prior to that working with the schools and actually through their proposal process before they get selected to make sure that they have a solid educational activity plan in that 3 to 6 months. And then the structure of the way we work is we have 2 team members that works with each school, and Kevin kind of was talking a little bit. We start with schools at least 3 months, preferably 6 months prior to. So the school in Utah is, we just announced, as Kevin mentioned last week, for a February contact. And we want that time for them to, there's 2 reasons we have that. One is we want that time for them to immerse themselves in STEAM projects. You know, challenges of space exploration, learning about radio technology, and have that carrot at the end, you know, the contact, to be able to get excited about all this stuff and to build it up. But the other is we physically have to work with NASA and the other space agencies to get this programmed in, and it does take us about 6 months to do that and to prepare the school. So we have a technical mentor that works to make sure that the contacts go off without a hitch so that those are successful. You don't want a failure during that. The other is, in the United States in particular, we have what we call educational ambassadors. We have an education committee within ARRS of about 22 educators that are, a lot of them are still in practice, working in schools. And they come in and they provide, they've had an ARRS contact previously, so they know the pitfalls and positives of what, you know, works and what doesn't work. They bring that knowledge into the schools as part of it. And then the other part, which I think Jesse mentioned, is the whole aspect of backup comm. We are backup comm to the International Space Station. So when all else fails, we're there. And we have been used on shuttle a couple times, and we've been called up on Space Station 1 time. See if this works. Okay, so we've been expanding significantly over the past few years. One of the things we did a couple of years ago was we became a 501c3 organization, ARRS USA. And so our sponsors now, you know, include significant sponsor of ARDC as well as ARRL Foundation. We started the ARIS 2.0 initiative a few years ago, didn't call it that, but actually our idea was to significantly expand our educational activities, and I'll talk about that in more detail. But these are kind of the terms that are out there. Let me just say that all of these things that are going on, from the beyond ISS, education, engineering, experimentation, which Nathaniel, you and I have talked about at HAMSI and with the HAMSI team, and then operations. Let me just say this is we've expanded so much, it's been a leadership challenge trying to move everything forward because we got 3 grants within about a 3-month period. And so we've been working through that, and I'm happy to say we're making good progress in these things, despite some of the issues like the fact that we're in the middle, we're still working COVID with these schools. To bring a bunch of students together is very difficult, and we weren't doing that for a while. Now it's starting to open up, depending on where in the world we work. I didn't say this, but we are international, so we're doing these contacts around the world. Okay? So I did want to shout out to our major sponsors. Long-term, NASA has, of course, we couldn't do this without NASA on Space Station. And our Space Communications and Navigation Organization within NASA is providing support to this program, financial support actually. ISS National Lab has provided us both in-kind support like launches as well as some financial support. ARDC is in the center because they've provided a substantial, tremendous boost, and we thank them significantly, I should say, for all of what they have done. And then we have our steadfast sponsors in the amateur radio community that continue to help us, actually from even before Owen Garriott flew, which is the ARRL and AMSAT. Both of them, ARRL, from the whole aspect of amateur radio, and AMSAT from the technical perspective, still working in collaboration with both of those organizations very closely. So our prime initiative, of course, I brought up the whole aspect of STEAM. We add STEAM in there, and I'll talk about that in a couple minutes why, but STEAM, STEM education, depending on who you talk to. And that is our main objective, but to do that, we have to have hardware on board space station, and we have to flight qualify that hardware. So that spaceflight hardware development is a major piece of what we do, as well as the operations of that equipment on orbit, both for the amateur radio community, but also for the school contacts. So this is our territory. This is where we live. We have had 3 stations on space station. The first one, the FGB, in the bottom left, was where we started. We've been operational. We're the longest continuously operated payload on space station. We got turned on 2 weeks after the first crew came on board in the FGB. Since then, we incorporated equipment in the service module because that's where all the astronauts congregated for breakfast and lunch, and that's where the dinner table was. And then later into the Columbus module. Now, today, we have 2 stations on the International Space Station, on either side of the space station, one in the service module, the Russian service module, and the other in the Columbus module. The diversity of stations is good if there's an emergency, as an example, but also it allows us to do multiple things at the same time. And our capabilities include VHF, UHF voice. We do slow scan television transmissions on an occasional basis. We can actually do both uplink and downlink. We had, and we still have, a ham video downlink capability. I say we had because right now it's down on Earth. It was repaired, and we're in the process. We've got a launch campaign going on right now where we're going to be bringing it up within the year, back up. It was a failure. This was a ESA contractor-built piece of hardware. It's a DVB-S system, a digital video that we use on S-band. and it's about ready to go up again. So it'll be really cool to get that back up. And then, of course, the whole digital aspects, and this is all written so that people, you know, not amateur radio operators can understand it. So basically, we talk APRS, but telemetry and text messaging is what a lot of people understand, that we actually do text messaging through the International Space Station. And what I have down on the bottom is one of our projects that actually has started with ARRL Foundation, which is a robot remote commanding called STAR, which if you have a school with a commanding capability, and you use the digipeater and space station, any school in the flight path can actually control that robot. So let's talk about the next generation vision, so you have the whole idea of what we're planning to do and what we are in the middle of doing. And the whole idea of this is to take ARRIS another level up significantly in a new vision for the future, which is inspiring, engaging, and educating students and lifelong learners. Now, who's a lifelong learner? Okay. All right, you get it. All right, that includes the makers and everybody else, things that Kevin talked about. This is what we're trying to do here. We're trying to provide more extensive educational outcomes for all, and develop lesson plans and educational projects to make that happen. And so what you kind of heard, and people, one of the big questions I was getting when I go out, well, space station's supposed to close down in 2030. What are you going to do then? Well, NASA has a plan for that, which is called commercial space stations. They're trying to they've commercialized, you know, I heard spaceflight is dead for a while. There was a shuttle, they shut down the shuttle, but they've implemented commercial vehicles like the Dragon and ultimately the Boeing Starliner to actually launch crew members to space. They're going to be doing the same thing with space stations. And the new one right now is the Axiom system. The other thing we want to make sure is we have capabilities for hams and students around the world 24/7. Why? Because when it's 2 o'clock in the morning here, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the other side of the earth. So we want to make sure we have capabilities on all the time. What I have on here in yellow is our activities that have been impacted by the ARDC grants. That includes the Axiom activity, which is, you know, and I'll explain why in a few minutes. The concurrent voice repeater capability in APRS, because now we have 2 radio stations that we can operate at the same time. We do mid and high altitude balloon launches, digital slow scan television. We have a student mission control activity we've got with the National Science Foundation. That's a new grant that we got right before Stereo, and Stereo is the big ARDC grant that we're significantly thankful that we got. We have the STAR project I talked a little bit about, and then ARIX, which is Amateur Radio Exploration, which is an activity we've been working with AMSAT on to actually fly equipment to the Lunar Gateway as well as other missions that are going to be going up there. So that is the full vision of what we're trying to do. Educate the next generation, at the same time educate the young to old lifelong learners that are out there, whether they're hams or others. Okay, so back in 2015, we started the development of this next generation radio system, which we call the interoperable radio system. And we got to a point where we were running out of steam, and what I mean by that was financial steam to make this happen. And I'm going to go to the yellow and then talk about the white in a minute. And that was it, and ARDC came in with a $110,000 grant in September of 2019, basically to bring us over the finish line relative to the development of our radio system. This is a foundational capability for ARRIS, and why I say that is that what we built as part of this was we took a stock D710GA radio from JVC Kenwood. We did a lot of modifications through help with Bob Berninga, WB4APR, as well as Kenwood, to make this so that the crew could use this. and quickly change modes and things like that. Much higher power capability than what we had in the past. It can operate in any place in space station. And actually, we had to build 11 units of this system. It basically has a multi-voltage power supply that allows us to hook up a bunch of different components on it from an output perspective, and it can support 28 volt or 120 volt DC in space station, which is what most of, not only the US, I mean the International Space Station can provide, the US and the Russian sides, but also commercial space stations. So this is our foundational system for the future. Our first unit was launched in 2020. You all know this past, just a few months ago actually, we were able to get another radio on board the Russian segment, and now we can do voice repeater, which people love because they're talking to Kjell Lindgren right now, and the APRS at the same time. And frankly, 25 years ago at this conference, I made a commitment to TAPR and to the APRS community that if we could work and move APRS from what was 145.79 to 144.39, some of you remember this, 144.39, that I promised, and we didn't have a radio station then, that we would have APRS on space station. And so now we're able to do that 24/7, 365, with additional systems available for backup in case one of them go out. Okay, so this is the radio system here with the power supply and the radio here. In the Columbus module, I'm going to give you a couple of views. So this is a big view of where it is. This is one of the hatches down here. And then there's a better view of it. And I have one more picture I wanted to show, especially for our ARDC friends. I also, when we did this, we'd gotten the $110,000 grant. And we put a little plaque on the power supply, and this is actually a flight video, picture, in memory of Brian Cantor, WB6CYT. ARRS, our middle name is International, Amateur Radio on the International Space Station. And so you can see with this new radio system now, the interoperable next generation radio system, crew members from all over the world using it. As I mentioned, now that we have the unit in the Zvezda, the service module, the Russian service module, now we can operate simultaneous APRS and voice repeater. We did, I was getting a lot of comments about the fact that when are you going to bring APRS back up? Well, it was kind of hard to do when we were in the middle of everyone wanting to talk to the astronaut on space station, which doesn't happen too often. So we were able to solve that problem. We worked really hard with our Russian colleagues to get that all set up. And I have to really give them a lot of credit to make that happen. All right, I want to talk a little bit about Axiom, because why are we doing this partnership with Axiom? Basically, they're the first commercial company to fly a completely private astronaut to ISS. They'll be building modules, they're building modules, I should say, that will attach to space station, but they have power and propulsion on them so they can actually decouple from space station if NASA decides to shut down the program, and independently flown with crew members on board. They're starting to fly crew members to space station, and I'll talk about that in a minute. They're one of several companies. There's 4 majors that are working on this. Actually, I was at the ISS R&D conference. We talked to 2 of them extensively about, being involved with them. One of them, of course, was Axiom. In particular, we're talking to Axiom about flying our hardware systems on board, and we're getting positive response, but I'm being cautiously optimistic, okay? So we have to continue working with them about this. They are interested. They see the value of this to the point where on the very first mission, we did we got 2 astronauts licensed with our ham radio licenses, one in Canada and one in Israel. And then they both did a total of 6 contacts, 6 schools during the the mission that they were on, which started on April 8th of 2022. Axiom 2 is supposed to fly mid next year. There is one person that is planning to utilize ARRIS. They are a ham radio operator. I'll just say that. And we'll see how that goes. We are working with them, and then, as I said, we are discussing installing a hardware complement, particularly our next generation radio with some additions on it in one of the modules in the future. Okay, so now I want to talk about education initiatives. I do want to say that I'm going to focus on the ARDC activities, and that would be you know, the outcomes of what we've done with the next gen radio system and then with stereo, and how that impacts youth and lifelong learners. So, so the big grant we got was a $1.3 million grant. Thank you, ARDC. This is a game changer for us. We got this in October 2021. This will substantially improve our STEAM outcomes and will sustain our operations. For you, those of you that don't know, our operations, it costs us a lot of money because we have to bring people in to support NASA Houston. Basically, we have to have people that are operation savvy, that are actually working on a specific contract in Houston. We pay the contractor directly. We got told there were some issues going on between Congress and the President, what else is new, in 2014, and the administrator at the time, and a number of education programs had to shut down that were on space station, and we were told to shut down. And we told them, no, we're an international group, we can't do that. But all of our funding was taken away at that point. And so we had to scramble and a lot of people don't really understand that really happened to us. But in 2014, we ended up working through the funding and getting some new sponsors on, but it has been kind of pretty unsteady to make sure from year to year that we had the funding we needed to keep the program alive. ARDC, this 5-year, $1.3 million grant, has really put us in a position where, at least for 5 years, we don't have to worry about this anymore. And we can. So thank you very much. And so we can focus on the education activities, which a number of us are doing now. So the stereo, or student and teacher education, via radio experimentation and operations. That's what stereo stands for. It's a three-pronged effort. The first is to deploy an educational wireless electronics technology kit, which we call Sparky, to selected educational organizations. And I'm going to talk about each one of these and some of the outcomes and things like that. So that's Sparky stands for Space Pioneers Amateur Radio Kit Initiative, and this is what you get for getting a NASA person in, because now you got all kinds of acronyms. But basically, it's a kit for students to work with. The second aspect of this is you can develop these kits and make them available, but unless a teacher knows how to use it, it's just going to sit on a shelf. So what we're doing is we're doing outreach and going to be setting up workshops to teach the teachers how to utilize this. And that's not just formal teachers, it's informal organizations and things like that. And how to develop a winning ARRIS contact proposal, and to learn and to gather knowledge. I mean, the stuff that Kevin talked about today, if you think about an ARRIS contact, the lead up is pretty much a lot of what Kevin is doing in his program. And so how do we show these teachers all about that? And we've had some preliminary opportunities where we've done that with teachers in the past, and it worked out. But this is bigger because we are going to be doing a much bigger activity with this. The other is what I just talked about, which is the sustainment of the astronaut contact operations. So Sparky is an electronics kit. It centers around a bunch of lessons associated with waves, wave propagation, you know, using things like slinkies, long and small slinkies, if you will. A series and parallel circuits and codes and ciphers using things like the snap circuit. Someone had an older version of basically what, you know, the snap circuit is now, all in plastic as compared to springs and things like that. And then software-defined radio, basically the RTL SDR dongle. But, you know, I've heard so many people, including myself when we started developing this kit a couple of years ago, saying that, oh, this is cheap, this is $27 whatever. You can't take that into a school because, and what I mean by that is that if you try to bring that software in and put it on their computers, all their computers are locked down. So when you're talking about a school environment or different areas, we had to build something that was totally plug and play. And we decided to use the Raspberry Pi because it was inexpensive. Well, not as much right now because of the whole situation, but it's inexpensive and it's portable and it's plug and play. So we, both a combination of ARRIS and AMSAT worked together on the development of the Pi through our Radio Kit initiative activities we had going on before this grant was awarded. And basically, you know, that part is to show the students the full radio spectrum and what it's all about, okay? One thing I will say is that, well, I'll talk about this in a minute, but we developed this and we're at the wrong age group to be actually making sure that this is going to work for young kids. And so that's part of what we are doing now as part of the ARDC grant, and I'll talk about that in just a couple seconds. Okay, so relative to the sustainment of the astronaut contact operations, as I mentioned, ARDC now is a major contributor in our operations activities, and that's been, the funding has actually been provided to support our operations in 2022. We thank you for that, and that coupled with the IRRS, the Next Generation Radio System, has substantially boosted our educational outcomes for both students and lifelong learners. So what does that mean by affected our outcomes? I already talked about the fact that we are the first operational payload. This is a general chart that I show. We do about 60 to 80 schools on average a year internationally. And since we started in November of 2000, we've done over 1,400 ARRIS contacts. You can kind of see the engagement, and I'll talk about specifics in just a minute. But we engage a lot of students every year, and millions witness it through, you know, media sources and things like that. Our in-kind support from a volunteer perspective is on the order of about $5 million internationally, and we've got the math to show that. There's also a substantial amount of volunteer support that the astronauts provide, and that's not cheap either. But that doesn't include that's not part of the $5 million. And then you can kind of see our reach. Rosie's not here, she's missing out on the maps. Yeah, exactly. So this is what we've done so far this year. I mentioned 60 to 80 educational contacts. We're at 58 right now. So we're, you know, going to be on the high side this year. We've got 1,476 contacts since the beginning of the program. So far, we've engaged 63,000 students and 129,000 teachers and general audience. And then we've picked up a couple countries since. So things are continue to moving forward. The other thing we have done is a lot of our activities are directed to underserved populations. That is a question we ask as part of our request for proposal process, is to getting an idea of the demographics, and we factor that into our rubric when we select schools. And you can kind of see where we're at. Now this is all pre-COVID. Things all kind of went wacky during COVID, but we're going to start building this up. But what we made a commitment was to continue to move the bar up on this, and I think we can do that with what we're accomplishing in this grant. This is basically a parallelism of what Kevin showed. These are the kinds of activities. Actually, this is our Director of Education here, Kathy Lamont, teaching kids about satellite communications and satellite orbits. And STEAM art is an important thing, especially for young kids. By actually doing art, they learn, and it brings it into their brain and solidifies the activity in their brain. So that's why we wanted to make sure STEAM was part of our overall activity. And then, of course, radio technology, radio kits, and space exploration. This was a contact we did just recently with the Copernic Observatory. They did measuring tape antennas and did fox hunt, if you will. They did their contact on the 10th of August. This was also, they got a grant from NASA to support underserved students, and these were some of the students that they were working with. The other thing, those of you, how many of you worked a field day and actually got to talk to the Shell Lindgren? Anybody? Oh, no one in here? But Kevin's, oh. Okay, good. Did anybody else talk to Shell Lindgren yet? All I can tell you is you only got about another month, so better get going on it if you haven't done it yet, because he's coming home. And so, yeah, this again is our radio station. The other thing I wanted to bring up, and this is my next, before I show the next, can I have the microphone? Is it on? I want to show, how many of you saw the little thing on Isabella? Anybody? Do you know what I'm talking about? Apparently not. Okay. All right. This made big news, and from an amateur radio perspective, is one of the bigger things.
Oh yeah, the young girl in the UK. This has gone viral.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. It almost is similar to SUTSAT when we did that. Amateur radio is really getting a lot of press on this. Before I show this, I'll show you in a second what it is. Before I show it, I want you to understand that basically the voice repeater has been tremendous, and that's how a lot of people are talking to Shell Lindgren right now, is that we're using the voice repeater, and all the astronaut has to do is pick up the mic and interrupt the voice repeater, and then everybody starts talking to whoever's on the mic in space. A little girl, 8-year-old girl named Isabella, okay, her dad actually was involved in a contact when she was 2 years old, and she was on his lap while the contact was happening. Her dad woke her up in the middle of the night, because there was an ARRL pass, and got her on the microphone, and you'll hear her talk. But I want you to understand something here, and it gets me every time I listen to it. Listen to Shell Lindgren's voice, and you wonder who's inspiring who, okay? All right, listen.
November, Alpha 1, Sierra, Mike,
Can you hear it?
Lima, Mike, Kilo.
Mike 0, Lima, Mike. Call sign, say again for NA1SS.
Mike 0, Lima, Mike, Kilo.
Mike 0, Lima, Mike Kilo. This is NA1SS. Welcome to the International Space Station.
November, Alpha 1, Sierra. Mike 0, Lima, Mike, Kilo. My name is Isabella. I'm 8 years old. You're 5 and 9. Thank you.
Mike 0, Lima, Mike Kilo. This is November, Alpha 1, Sierra. Isabella, it's so great to chat with you. Thank you for getting on the radio and saying hello.
Thank you, fly safe.
Thank you, Isabella. 7-3s.
So then, let me shut this off. How do you shut this off? So then he, after that, Shell Twittered out and got Isabella's picture. This is in the cupola of Space Station. His iPad's floating in space. This is where they look at the Earth all the time, and he took a picture of it and sent it back down. All right, so that is what we've been able to do with the ARRL, the Next Generation Radio System, and through our operations as part of this grant. Second part is teaching the teacher. Basically, what we are starting are a number of, and I've got two sets of pictures of the different workshops and conferences that we've been supporting recently. Right now, it's conferences because we're still in the development of the radio kit, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But you can kind of see the different individuals. Pretty much all of these, except for myself, in this one, are teachers as part of our education committee. And then this is a second one of other activities. During the ISS Research and Development Conference, which was in Washington, D.C., we, like I said, spent time talking to the various space station, commercial space station manufacturers, and then also a lot of the space station folks on forward activities. We just did an activity on September 1st called Better Together Conference. This is a NASA STEM conference where they bring in all of the grantees, the MUREPs, the minority university student grantees and things like that, and gave a presentation to them about the ARRL program. So these are items that we've been doing since we've gotten the grant. Oh, and I didn't say I started with 3, 2, 1. I don't know if you probably didn't even catch that. Number 3 was, so this is number 1, which is the KID initiative, or Sparky. And so our plan for Sparky is that once we're done with the development of it, we're going to deploy out 60 to 80 of these kits per year to schools. And I'll talk about the plan there from a date perspective in just a second. But the other aspect is that that you need to be aware of from a status is that we've had supply chain issues, if you're not surprised, especially the Raspberry Pis and a few other components we've been working with. But we've also, through this activity with ARDC and a partnership with NASA SCAN, we were able to leverage their recruiting activity for interns, and we got actually a summer intern to work on this project, and I've actually got his presentation in here, and I'll walk through it real fast. But bottom line is that we are making significant forward progress on this. Our intern has made some recommendations and final lesson plan inputs, and by spring we should be doing some evaluation with educators and underrepresented youth, and then by summer have it available for actually the workshops, so teaching the teacher workshops. And once we do that with the teachers, we're going to hand over the kits for them. They will keep the kits, in other words, and then deploy it out into their schools. So our intern for the summer was Ashish Lakota. Actually, we were able to do 2 advertisements, one for stereo and the other for the STAR initiative, and I'll talk about that. You'll see that in a minute. He's from the University of Illinois. He just started his sophomore year. As part of this, he saw the importance of amateur radio to be able to do this project, so he got his amateur radio license. He walked in the door, didn't have his call sign yet, but he basically said, I wanted to do this, and he's already been to field day, and he's already becoming active in the ham radio community. We basically, for the 3 interns we got actually 2 on STAR because it's a very early development effort, and then 1 on stereo. We brought them to the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. Myself, Alan Johnston, who's AMSAT's Vice President of Education, and Alan has been working with us on the Raspberry Pi development, and then Marty Schulman, my associate, were the mentors for these guys. The thing is, the picture on the bottom is actually Ashish talking to Kjell Lindgren. We actually brought them into the station, the Goddard radio station, ham radio station, and all 3 of them got to talk to the astronaut that day. So he's learned a lot in all of this, and we've learned a lot from him. The thing we needed to do is, and I'm just about ready to finish up, if you will. I got a few slides I'm going to go through real fast, but is that I'm of an age where I'm not totally relating to what young kids can do. So one of the things I've learned is we need to have youth evaluate this thing and provide us feedback. I had my 7-year-old grandson play with it, and the radio kit, and it's cool, but what's even better is if you let him take a family radio service radio and talk in it, because you can do that, and you know, they're not a ham radio, and actually see the waterfall in his voice on the waterfall, and it sucks them in. It's things like that. Or have a whistle and look at the waterfall as you're talking, and you see the lines on it from the modulation. It sucks them in. So making sure we get this thing so that it isn't just teaching, but it is drawing them in is an important piece of this whole project. Okay? So, and the thing I want to show here is they learned how to hear the satellites. This is Ashish during an ISS pass. He worked with our waves and you know, our Slinky and our codes and cipher capability with the snap circuits. He worked with the Raspberry Pi. He basically set up 2 Raspberry Pi systems, evaluated different antenna systems because we want to use different antennas depending on what project they're working on. Satellite, they're going to want to do one thing. Actually, we wanted to evaluate how a vertical would work with the space station communications. And so he's looked at the rabbit ears system that's part of the RTL dongle, you know, basically an arrow and a vertical antenna. Did a lot of evaluation of this. He actually created some video tutorials for the educators. And then he went and worked with his peers and did a full evaluation of all this basically is our manual. Basically, it's a manual and curricula, if you will, embedded together. He went through it line by line, each item, and came up with ways to improve it and things like that. So this is what he's been doing. He did over the summer time frame. And basically, what he has done is he's refined our system, and he's taking that now and modifying our stereo guide and curriculum. And then we're going to be working with our teachers to finish it up and make it available. So in conclusion, these 2 ARDC grants, the Next Generation Radio System and Stereo, are significantly expanding our capabilities for youth and lifelong learners, including the ham radio community. Our Next Generation Radio now supports 24/7 operations. It provides an on-orbit platform. I didn't talk about experimentation, but that is an important piece of what we do too. And then it also supports operations on future commercial space stations. So it keeps us moving forward for the future. The funding's been pivotal, in sustaining ARRS operations. And through the internship, we've been able to get this closer to the finish line and plan to finish it, you know, and make it available in the summer of next year. This is going to significantly transform our outcomes for our next generation of STEM explorers, and on behalf of the whole ARRS team, I want to thank all of the individuals in ARDC, not only for this grant, but for the ability to make this happen. Thank you.
Do we have some quick questions? Okay, right here.
It seems that you mentioned the astronaut who's been on the air a lot and was probably the same one. What sparked that? Was that just his own initiative to get on the air more so than we've heard in the past?
We've been working, we have a hard situation because we're not allowed to talk to the astronauts beforehand because we're a payload, so we can't cajole them into doing our payload over the 400 other payloads that are on board. But sometimes when they're in different places like Russia where they have a really nice radio station, we have a couple hams there that have, the biggest obstacle with the astronauts in doing general ham operations is getting them comfortable to do it. And we've had some individuals that have been taking some initiatives recently to make that happen. I'm not going to guarantee that the next person that goes up is going to do what Shell just did, but I think the probability is higher. And I'm looking forward to the Axiom astronaut because I think that it's coming up, because if it goes away, I think it will, and we are able to work with him on it, it will be a very positive tool. It'll be short, but it'll be positive. Okay? So we are doing our best to try to make that happen.
And also the astronauts are doing it on their own time.
Correct. Right? Everything they do is volunteer, like we're doing in ARRS.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Doug Wheelock or Chell, were they amateurs before they went up?
Say that again? Did they what?
Were they amateurs before they went up?
Well, everybody has to get their amateur radio license, but
yeah.
The question is, and that's what you're bringing up, is there's having your license, and is your first QSO on board space station, or
Right.
have you been, prolific in amateur? No, neither one of them were.
So
both of them were from the perspective that they did it on a previous flight.
But they weren't real hams, like if they sent me or you.
Well, they
up
are
there.
now. I would say, I would say they are now.
I was suspected that probably none of the ones that go up there they're only hams because it's required to have a license.
I will say that they believe in our program. They significantly believe in their program, that they are, like Steve said, they are volunteering their own time to do this. And some of them, I will say, utilized our program and really love our program, but when they become a commander, they've got a different responsibility, and sometimes they say no. And we understand that. Just like everyone has priorities in everything in life. Pardon? He is now, yes.
And then we had a lot of fun doing SuitSat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that just galvanized the world with that concept. So that was a heck of a lot of fun.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you, everybody. I have a slide deck that I can share with everybody. We're getting close to the lunch hour, and I don't want to get between you and your lunch. All the information of it is on our website. I am happy to stay and go through the slides for those who are interested. It's just basically the process you go through to apply for a grant and some hints of what will make your proposal stand out. But other than that, thank you for coming. Was this Sunday effort really worth it for your perspective? Thank you. Steve, do you have any closing remarks from TAPR? Or did he walk out? Okay. All right. I get to close the conference? All right. Just to show a hand, does anyone want to stay for a slide deck? I'll try to keep it short. Okay, so I'll do the slide deck after we close the conference.
Can you do it on your computer in the other room for them to watch so we can start takedown?
For teardown, the projector would be good. It'll only be 15, 20 minutes. Okay. Doing it on the computer, I'd have to have it. Yeah, okay. All righty, so I'll go ahead and go into that. I may need some assistance to get to the right screens here. If you have a plane to catch, I won't be offended if you get up and... All right, thank you. One of the things being blind in one eye, you don't have depth perception. Sometimes it's hard to pick things out. Once I'm there, I'm usually pretty good. All right, so just to give you an idea of the scope, in 2021 we gave away about $9 million, but that's because we were behind on giving and we had to make it up. Our run rate's going to be probably around $5 to $6 million every year. So just keep that in mind as you see our grants come out. So we have three groups that we can provide grants to. 501c3 nonprofits, public charities, or their international equivalent. Now it takes a little extra effort on everybody's part to do an international one at this point. We're working on some things to help that be more streamlined, but you just have to build more time into the delivery of the grant if you're approved. Nonprofit educational institutions, U.S. and international. Again, international, it may take a little more effort. Government projects that align with our mission. So now groups or individuals, as M17 pointed out, there are ways to get a fiscal sponsor that is one of those 3 categories above, and we actually end up writing the grant such that they receive the funds on your behalf, and you have a memo of understanding of how that's going to be distributed between the 2 organizations, but that should work out fine. This one, we get at the bulk of our requests for support and growth of amateur radio. They tend to be, for the most part, smaller grants. We get a lot of those. Education, there's actually 2 categories of education. One is scholarships, the other is educational programs. We're moving to a model where we treat scholarships as its kind of own area, and then the rest falls into our general grant category. Research and development, here's an example. A little satellite was built in India, actually, and they were just going to put it high altitude balloon, but they got a ride, so that was pretty cool. So the meat of it, applying for a grant. You can apply for a grant at any time. We may make some small changes to this next year, but we collect them, and then 4 times a year we evaluate the applications that have come in that quarter. And we have a giving budget for those 4 times a year of approximately $1.5 million. And this slide's a little out of date. I copied it. We only have 1 more deadline this year, which is October 1st. Anything that comes in after October 1st will be in the first batch for next year. And there's the URL to go apply. If you go to our main site, there's a tab on the main menu you can see to get. We also just implemented a new application online. So if you've done an application before, the form you went through before has been replaced by a new system. The old one was called Hot CRP, and the new one's called HIFA, but we actually have a unique URL for it now, grants.ardc.net. I do ask that you read everything on the website first, because we provide a lot of information there, and it will answer most of your questions before you make your application. But after you've reviewed all of that, feel free to contact me or the giving@ardc.net email address, which comes to me and to our grants manager, Chelsea. We're more than happy to answer questions and give you hints of what might be a red flag or something like that. Most of our projects are shovel ready. Basically, you've come to us, you've already figured out all the mechanics of getting it to work. You're just looking for the grant and how much money it is. Include in your request all expenses. So we had some discussion yesterday. For example, at University of Scranton, there were engineering needs and things like that that need to be included. We want all of that included in the budget proposal, including things like permits you might need, taxes, special professional services. Don't forget shipping. Indirect costs, we recognize that some universities have rather large indirect costs. We do limit what we will fund to 20% on top of the project cost. So keep that in mind. We found that a lot of universities will negotiate with us down to the 20% if they understand our requirements. When it comes to buying equipment, we want to see you order modern quality equipment. We've had a few proposals in. Well, Fred has an old 30-year-old repeater he'll sell us for $500. We'd rather have you spend a couple thousand and have one that's going to last a while.
But don't gold plate it. We've had a couple where I kind of believe that someone was going to get a nice commission on the other side. Include a good project plan. Remember, it's a selling document too. So make it compelling. Help us understand what you're doing that's going to do. You'll notice all of these that we shared today had an outreach component. That's a really important thing, particularly into underrepresented groups. We understand most of us look like me, old white gray guys, and white gray-haired guys, and we need those young people coming in, otherwise we're going to fade away. And the diversity of ideas that come from our counterparts in underrepresented groups. So prepare your proposal, a description of what you want to do, the goals, an outline, the budget. Again, an old slide, that'll get you to it, but submit your application online. We have it reviewed by our Grants Advisory Committee, which is 10 very experienced and senior. They all happen to be hams. They don't have to be, but it turns out they all are. And then finally, if you get approved by our Grants Committee, then it goes to the board, and Phil and the other board members review the recommendations of the GAC. They seem to have a pretty good trust in the GAC, but they'll debate it, and that'll determine what really gets funded. Here's the members of the committee. I won't stay on it for a long point. Again, this is all available online. These are the things that we look for in grants: a broad reach, social over commercial benefit, inclusion of underrepresented groups, empowerment of individuals, and a distributed rather than centralized. M17 is a great example of this. You know, they've got a worldwide team that's working on this. And it's a hard requirement for us that we preserve the right to innovate. That means open source, open access in what you're preparing for us. So part of the reason we do this 4-time-a-year evaluation is we try to group similar proposals together so that we can pick the better ones out of the similar proposals. So if we had 4 proposals to do a curriculum development, some of those are going to be better than others. And again, last year when we had the funds to make up, it was a little easier to get it through. We were approving somewhere in the high 70s, 80% of grant requests coming in. We're down now to about 50%, and so it's getting more competitive. Anyway, we rank the proposals. We lift up the best proposals. We list them. It's an ordered list of highest value, highest ranked grants to the lowest. We put in a cut line that matches the budget. The board can go over that line if they see something that they want to take, or they can throw out something if they think we were off base. But generally, that portfolio is what the board approves. Again, I've said this before, the board reviews them, they vote on them. What they approve gets forwarded to our grants manager, Chelsea. Chelsea then works with our treasurer. There's paperwork that needs to go back and forth, that you agree to do what you said you were going to do in the proposal, and we agree to give you money to do that. And then once that's all done, we can cut a check or bank transfer. So, a couple of key points. Make your proposal really stand out. Too often as technologists, we look at it, we list all the things that we're going to put into the project, and that's obvious that that's going to make everyone jump up and down and be excited because we included every end connector that would be needed. Really,
we just want to see your competence in that list of things, that you know what you're buying. What we really need to know is what's the impact of what you're doing. So be sure to explain to us what you're going to do. The proposals that really get a lot of debate is, you know, if we build it, they'll come. Now, we're not going to tend to approve those, but if you put down, well, we're going to do the following things with the whatever we're getting through the grant. You know, we're going to visit these many schools. We've set up arrangements with the administrators at their school. They're behind us. Here's a letter that says they really think what we're doing is the best thing since sliced bread. Those kinds of things make your proposal stand out. We do want a statement of how you're going to adhere to the open access, open source, inclusivity and equity initiatives. Again, that depends a little bit on your demographic, what you're going to be in, but we would like to see those kinds of elements in there. So, you know, the line, we're open to everyone that doesn't buy it. We're reaching out to our local YWCA to recruit people. We're reaching out to the social club for the underrepresented group, that kind of thing. That tells us you actually have a plan to bring this to place. Youth. Things that outreach to youth get a couple of bonus points just because they're reaching youth if you have a good plan to go with it. We don't need a book. We're not the government. We don't need reams of paper used up or tons of bits. But we do need to know enough to really understand what you're doing. So find that balance in there. And how will your proposal make the world a better place? And finally, I said it'd be short. Talk to us. If you have questions, use this email address. We try to get back to you within a couple of days at least. Usually, a lot of times I've picked up the phone and called someone and they said, I just hit return, you know, but we do want to help you. We do want to help you be successful. So reach out to us and ask us if what you're thinking about makes sense, if there's anything in it from your idea that it wouldn't be worth your time to do it. It's very rare that that happens, but anyway, any questions now? Mark.
Yeah, John, two questions. In 2021, 2022, what were the number of grant applications that the organization received? And then second question is, does the organization publish its financial statement?
Our I-990 and audited financials are reported annually. There's a delay. It takes a while to get through all of that, but yes, they are published. And you were how many grants?
Yeah, in 2021 and 2022, what were the total number of grants that were
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but it was considerable. But it's more than doubled the following year. Anyone else?
Back to you.
Yeah, hi, John.
Hey.
Being treasurer for TAPR, okay, I think about money stuff for some strange reason. I'm curious, just from a knowledge standpoint, you sold those addresses for $50 million bucks or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And you're giving away about 10% of that. Is your planning to have sufficient return on your investment so this is a perpetual thing?
Yes, Phil might answer that
rather
better.
than just 10 years of
I can take that. I mean, contractually, we can't actually talk about the sale, but you can kind of infer things from our financials. The IRS requires their private foundation, which is what we are, give away at least 5% of their net assets every year. Okay. And so we publicly state our yearly budget is $6 million. Now, whether or not we actually make that from our investments, that depends on the market.
Right.
You know, we have our endowment is spread out in a fairly conservative fashion. We have bulk of it in stock index funds, both U.S. and international. Then we have a chunk in bonds, U.S. international, and then we have a chunk in cash, which covers about 3 years of our expected giving. I mean, my own personal retirement is set up very much the same way, probably many years is too. So whether or not we make 5% a year or not, that depends on the market. We're just going to keep going. But we are not forced, our investment strategy does not force us to sell, you know, in a short panic market. We keep cash to cover several years.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. My concern was whether this was going to be a 10-year thing or perpetual. I'm glad to hear I'm glad to hear that you're going to keep it going as long as you possibly can.
Yeah.
And that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, the objective is long-term.
The other question is a little bit more of a mechanical one. As I mentioned yesterday, we recently got $125,000 to help with the personal space weather station. And the check came to me in the mail. Mm-hmm. Okay. And I had to turn around and mail it to the bank because our bank is in Texas and I'm in Ohio. And it would be, I'm hoping that at some point we can work electronic transfers. So, because having that check go through the mail, you know, I mean, I'm a big fan of Uncle Sam's messenger service, but, you know, they got a reputation. Anyway, so hopefully somebody's working on that.
So we're doing a lot of things on the operational side, and that's one of the things we'd like to get to. The main thing is when you talk to Chelsea, just let her know what the conditions are, and she'll do the best she can to make sure that that gets.
Any other questions? Okay, big round of applause for John. And also, we would like to thank John for, was this helpful today? So like I said, it was an experiment, so we worked on this, and John did the lion's share work of being able to bring you all in here, so we really appreciate what you've done, John. So we have a certificate suitable for framing for you.
Thank you.
And also our signature cup for you as well.
So that's a Socorro, right?
A Saguaro.
Saguaro.
Yeah.
Is it going to drink up all the fluid inside?
Maybe. Anyway, it comes with a straw too, so.
Sweet.
Yeah, so enjoy that in perpetuity.
Yeah, we're in one of those states where they don't want you to get straws unless you ask for them, so that's great. And I actually support that. I think we need to protect our Mother Earth pretty well. But again, thank you for coming. I'll be in the next room tearing down, but I'm available to, if anyone wants to have a one-on-one conversation.
And that concludes DCC 2022 in person. Thank you, everyone.